Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Naomi. The flowers will be for the viewing. Roses would make such love. No roses. I want daffodils and tulips. Those were her favorites. Kathy nods to me from behind the counter of her flower shop before turning away to show me arrangement options. But as she turns, I catch the look of sympathy in her eyes. I'm trying not to get irritated with everyone telling me they're sorry for my loss, but it's hard. That's all I've heard since my mother passed away yesterday. And in my small hometown of Bloomfield, New York, it's going to happen with everyone I talk to until well after the funeral. A memory springs up as I look at the pale pink tulips. Don't you just love the way the tulips bring out our skin tone? See, look. The pastels make our skin look like a soft velvety brown, especially the pink tulips. That's why they're my favorite. I smile at the memory, still able to see her brown eyes smile at me and the kindness in her face. She used to tell me that every time we pruned her garden. Miss Smith. I turn and see one of my students enter the flower shop. I've been busy since my sabbatical and haven't seen any of them. Oh, hello, Jenny. How are you? Good. The girl smiles, but her eyes say the same thing Kathy's had. I hate people feeling bad for me. Not only does it bring unwanted attention, but my heart is reminded of what I'm trying so hard to avoid. And one of my students reaching out is almost too much to take. I clear my throat and call out to Kathy. You know what? I'll come by and pick up the arrangements later. You just go with the best choice you think Mom would have wanted. I need air. Well, it was good to see you, Jenny. Don't be too hard on the sub. I go to leave, but she calls me back with a question I don't want to answer. Miss Smith, will you be coming back to finish out the year? I give a heavy sigh and force myself to face the sweet girl. No. I'm afraid it's not looking like that. I'm sorry. It's okay. We understand. It's all I can do to keep the tears at bay and nod. Stepping out of the shop into the warm air of my familiar hometown is enough to calm me down and take a cleansing breath. I head towards the funeral home. I left my car at the grocery store when I first came into town because I knew it was the center of everywhere else that I needed to go. Looking at the ground, not wanting to acknowledge the familiar faces that drive past me on Main Street, I begin to think what life would be like if I had actually moved away from this small town and ventured out, or if Cash had asked me to come with him. I brushed that away bitterly. By no means did I expect to stay here like so many of us do, but I wanted to be close to family. Family. Now I don't even have that. My brother's too busy with his big fancy job to give us more than a day or two here and there. I feel myself growing angrier as I swing open the funeral home doors. Damn it, Jeff. Why do you always piss me off? Because he's your brother, I remind myself. Yes, he's been here throughout our mom's illness, but per usual, I'm the one left doing everything. And God knows that if I wasn't here, nothing would be getting done. Then again, that's why I'm still here and he's not. I stayed to be close and help Mom, and now I'm permanently stuck in that role. My heart tightens with grief suddenly as I remember that my mom's not here anymore to need my help. The grief I've been trying to avoid since yesterday builds into my throat. Miss Smith, are you here to make the final arrangements for the viewing? I clear my throat at the funeral director's voice. Dabbing my eyes quickly to erase the evidence of tears, I turn to face him with my practiced false smile. Yes, I am. I find myself letting my tea grow cold as I wait for Jeff to arrive at the diner. Mindlessly redunking my tea bag, I can't help but wonder what the hell I'm going to do when there's nothing left to distract myself with. "Hey sis, how are you doing?" Jeff asks as he sits down in front of me. That's a dumb question. I can't help but reply. The waitress stops by for his order. "Hey Mary, I'll need a coffee and a burger loaded with fries, please." "Absolutely. You still good, sweetie?" I look up and see Mary, the longtime waitress at the diner, who used to seat us when we would come in with our mom. And there it is, the "I'm sorry" look glazed over her old gray eyes. I nod. When Mary leaves, Jeff gives me a look. "Did you already eat?" "No." "Well, come on. You must be starving." "No, really, I'm not. Been a little too preoccupied trying to get everything done." I can hear the resentment in my voice, which means Jeff hears it too. "I know, and I appreciate you taking care of things. I've been busy." "You're always busy," I snap in a hushed tone. "I've been holding it together all day, and now I have the perfect outlet, my successful brother." "Hey, don't get pissy with me just because I had the balls to get out of this town and do something." "You don't think I wanted to? Someone had to be here for Mom, and just for the record, I've made something of myself." I can tell he's annoyed, but I don't care right now. I want to pick a fight. "Come on, Naomi. Mom didn't need you then. It was just the easier option." Jeff blows off my look and defensive words as if they are nothing more than an annoying fly. "Easy for you to say. You were already gone." I'm trying to keep my voice low, since we know almost everyone in here. I don't need it getting back to the school that their history teacher threw a fit in the middle of the diner. "Listen," Jeff whispers. He leans in, obviously trying to get me to follow his example. "You could have left too. Mom was okay then, and you can't hate me forever for being busy. Being a financial manager in New York doesn't come without lots of overtime. You want me to feel bad for you for making a ton of money and never coming home? You're the one who wanted to become a teacher. You can't hate me for every choice you've made." My defenses are high with Jeff. "What does that mean? You think I'm unhappy being a teacher because I'm not a rich jerk like my big brother?" I scoff and lean back to fold my arms. "Everything still good here?" Mary asks, with a hint of nosy concern as she hands Jeff his plate. "Yes, thank you, Mary." She hesitates before leaving, but knows better than to linger. Thank God. "Naomi, I know you resent me for not being here more, especially when Mom got sick. I regret it too, but there was nothing more that I could have done that you weren't already doing." "You could have been here." The words come out a little choked. I know the wall is down, and I can't stop the tears that are already sliding down my face. "I was here." I can hear the tired agitation in his voice. "Yeah? When it was convenient for you." "Seriously, Naomi?" "I've been here doing everything, just like I've always done while you're away." I snap. I know he's been here, but right now it feels like I've done everything, and he just gets to ride the sympathy wagon. Instead of bantering back at me, Jeff grabs my hand and holds it tight. "I know. I'm glad I got to see her when I did, but I can never thank you enough for being with her the whole time. I know that meant the world to her. I hope you know that." I take a painful swallow as I try to push out a gasp for breath as more tears force their way down my cheeks. All I can do is squeeze his hand. Finally regaining a little bit of control, I pull my hand from my brother's and offer a small but genuine smile. "Thank you for saying that. I needed to hear it, and I'm sorry for lashing out. It's just been stressful. I know you were here when you could be. And I'm here now. Was the hospice care at least worth it? She seemed comfortable when I saw her a couple weekends ago." I nod, remembering Mom's feeble look on her last day. Happy but feeble. That's good. Listen, I'm going to help with the rest you have to do today, but I need to tell you one thing. Jeff looks hesitant. What? I told Cash about Mom. He's going to come to pay his respects. He's on his way now. As if this week couldn't get any worse. What? You invited the ex who left me in the dust to our mother's funeral? And you're just now telling me? Shh. Jeff hushes me. He's still my friend, Naomi, before he was your ex. And he didn't leave you behind. We were a year older and had to go to college. I just wanted to give you a heads up since I know you're still a little... Oh no, I'm fine. It's fine. Thanks for being so generous and telling me, I say with heavy sarcasm. Listen, we gotta go. I have to get the funeral set up at the gymnasium and set the times. We get up from our table and walk to the school in silence. I know my mind should be focused on getting things ready, but now I can't seem to shake that at any moment. I might see the ex that broke my heart and left me behind. He'll be here in this town today and wanting to see Jeff. And since it's our mother that passed, I'll be there too. I don't think I'm ready for that.
Chapter 2. Cash. I turn off the radio as I ask voice command to call Jeff. Hello? Hey man, what's up? Oh, nothing much. Just helping get things in order. I only got to town yesterday. Isn't the viewing today? My foot lifts off of the accelerator slightly, thinking I got the days wrong. Yeah, it's just some last-minute stuff. My foot reluctantly presses back onto the pedal. A part of me is disappointed that I didn't have a reason to turn back towards Syracuse. You on your way? Hey, I told you I've got that. I hear Jeff talking to someone in the background. I wait until I hear the bickering cease before replying. Yeah, I'm driving right now. Who are you blabbing to this early? Oh, just Naomi. I don't know why, but my stomach does an upsetting flip when I hear her name. Or maybe it brings home the fact that I haven't been back there in quite a while. I'm just stressed about seeing her again, especially under these circumstances. You still there? I hear Jeff ask. Yeah? I bet you're enjoying the off-season right now, like a never-ending school schedule for you. I chuckle. I never thought of it that way, but you're right. Summers off isn't so bad, but I prefer to not be using those days to see you like this. I'm sorry, man. I know it doesn't sound sentimental, but we don't have to explain ourselves. It's in our tone. I know you are. Just glad you're making it down for it. Me too. All right. Well, I'll see you at the viewing. We'll have a couple drinks after, and talk about how happy we are that we don't live here anymore. He chuckles. Yeah. Sounds good, man. See you in a bit. Naomi is the only reason I don't really feel like making this trip. I don't really want to deal with the awkwardness that is, without a doubt, going to come with it. Keeping one hand on the wheel of my car, I run the other through my grown-out dark hair. I think about the last time I saw her, and I believe that was when I left for college. Nope. You've seen her after that a few times with Jeff, I remind myself. Briefly, but still just as awkward. That's the downside of being friends with your ex's brother. Looking out at the passing scenery, my mind wanders to where it never really has before. On my old relationship with Naomi. I still don't know why she took it as hard as she did when I went to college. How could I pass up a hockey position right out of high school? I mean, come on. It's not like we were going anywhere serious. It was a high school romance with a 1-year age difference. And in high school, that 1 year converts to the equivalent of 5 in adulthood. I know I hurt her more than I ever intended to, but that's the way relationships go. The truth is that I've trained myself to not really think too much about the way Naomi and I ended. I can't change it, and it's what led me to where I am today. So my narrative on her has always been, it was for the best. As my mind continues on my reasoning as to why things were the way they were, I don't realize that I've driven so far. The concrete I've grown used to has turned into pastures and fields with trees scattered about. The upcoming Bloomfield 5-mile sign takes me by surprise. My gut tightens again. Why am I this nervous about seeing Naomi? Or maybe it's due to the circumstances of why I'm here. Does she expect anything from me, given we used to be sentimental towards each other? Briefly, I think that I can easily just drive right past and avoid this whole awkwardness. But I know I can't. Jeff has been my pal for way too long. I can't not be there for him in a time like this. I slowly press the brakes as I turn toward the green sign with the left arrow saying, Bloomfield. Pulling into town brings back memories that I've completely forgotten about. I automatically find myself driving to Jeff's house like 10 years haven't gone by since high school. A smile tugs at my face as I look around. If you can count on one thing, it's that Bloomfield doesn't really change. When I pass the old Dairy Queen, I remember when I took Naomi there after a game and snuck my first kiss. It was so hard to resist her eating her blizzard in the darkness of my cab. She kept licking her full pink lips, making them glossier than the Smuckers she had applied when I picked her up. Those lips against her dark brown skin were positively tantalizing. My smirk grows as I think about how warm her lips were against mine, despite the ice cream. God, she was hot. Is hot. Actually, how would I know? I haven't seen her in a long time. I bet she's still hot. More and more flashbacks happen as I get closer to the Smith household. Most of them include Naomi. I know I never thought much about her, but being back here makes our history hard to ignore. Especially since all that's flashing through my mind are the good and hot times. Then again, I can't remember any bad times we had together, especially compared to the travesty of the girls I've dated since then. City girls may be fine as hell, but my God, they come with a lot of issues. My gut clenches again as I see Naomi and Jeff outside pointing at the house. There she is, still hot as ever, just as I thought. Jeff turns around at the sound of my car and waves before turning back to continue their discussion. Naomi glances over her shoulder at her brother's reaction, and her big brown eyes widen for a moment, before narrowing annoyingly at my presence. Yep, this is gonna be awkward. I parked my car behind their mom's old green Jeep. She used to drive us everywhere in this before we had a license. Mrs. Smith was my second mom, and seeing this Jeep made me realize that she's actually gone. Taking a breath, I turn off my ignition and get out. It feels good to stretch after the tense trip. As I turn to pop my back in a twist, I catch Naomi sneaking a glance at me. Still unhappy, but I can tell she can't help herself. Much like I can't help but notice how nice her buttocks looks in her khakis. Cash! Jeff comes over and gives me a hug. I slap him on the back and squeeze his shoulder to show him my condolences. I know, man. Thanks for being here, he says solemnly. Of course, I loved your mom. The world's a little darker without her gardening skills and smile. I see Jeff's brown eyes glisten slightly as he nods. Yeah, she was a baddie. I'm glad she went when she did, though. No more pain. I nod back at him, and we share a silent moment of grief. What about the vines? Are we going to need to clear them, or do you think they should stay? Naomi's question makes me realize that she hasn't budged from her spot. No hello. Not even a damn you. She's going to do her best to ignore me right now, it seems. So I decide to try and ease the tension for all of our sakes. If not, this is going to be a long weekend. Hey, Naomi. How have you been? I ask, putting on a smile and strolling toward where she stands in the yard. I can tell by how Jeff is keeping his distance behind me that he's not sure how this will go either. That doesn't give me a feeling of comfort. She turns to me, arms crossed, and her annoyed look still set on her round face. Been better, comes her brief reply. Yeah, I was sorry to hear about your mom. Yeah, cancer sucks. She's not giving me much, but I continue trying for Jeff's sake. Your mom was the best, though. I bet you're happy you were here by her side at least. Benefit of not leaving home. I hear Jeff sucking a sharp breath at my comment. Naomi's usual soft brown eyes turn to ice as her full lips turn into a thin straight line. Obviously, I know I said something wrong with both of their reactions. Before I can figure out if it was what or how I said something, Naomi puffs up and takes a step toward me. Oh, I left home, Cash. In case you forgot, I went to college. Just like you did when you flitted out of here without a word. We all had lives to live, not just you. I get that. I didn't mean anything by it. I'm just here to pay my respects, not to make anything any harder for you than it already is. Dude, you really need to just shut up, Jeff mutters behind me. The only thing hard for me right now is dealing with all of this stuff from my mother, who can't deal with it because she's gone. I hear her choke on the last word and I immediately want to comfort her, but thankfully my brain switches on and warns me that that's a terrible idea. Instead of reaching for her, I simply ask, "What can I do to help?" The question catches her off guard by the sudden surprise that flashes across her angry face. She quickly bounces back to her irritated self. "You can help Jeff with all of his tasks. That way with the two of you, there shouldn't be an excuse as to why nothing's done. I'll take care of cleaning up the garden beds and tidying the house." She leans to the side to focus her next sentence on Jeff. "Dinner will be at 6, and we can go over the final details for the viewing tomorrow." Jeff nods as Naomi turns to head inside, not once giving me a second look. "Well, that went about as terrible as I thought," I say. Jeff lets out a chuckle. "At least she spoke to you. I was thinking you were going to get the silent treatment the whole time. Maybe she'll come around. Come on, man." As I follow Jeff, I can't help but keep replaying the sway of Naomi's perfect curves when she stalked away.
Chapter 3. Naomi, my feet are killing me. I'm used to being dressed up, or formal at least when teaching, but since being on sabbatical, I apparently forgot how painful heels can be when worn all day. "Hey, you look like you're in pain," Ashley says as she makes her way through the crowd over to me. I let out a small groan and let my smile falter in front of my best friend. I am. I don't think I'm going to be able to leave this spot. I may just fall over. Ashley lets out a small giggle, despite us being at my mother's viewing. It makes me smile as well. "Well, at least you'll look good going down. Do you want me to run to your house and get some other shoes?" I shoo away her aid. "No, it's fine. I'm just out of practice." Looking around at the funeral home, I see so many people that I have known my entire life. Most know each other too, besides random family members from out of town. Yet the whole viewing feels eerie, given how quiet it is even with the mass of people. It turned out as good as it could for something like this. Your mom would have been happy with all these people showing up to pay their final respects. I know. I'm glad so many people are here. It's like they're coming out of the woodwork. I can't imagine what the funeral will be like tomorrow morning. Your mom was a well-known and widely liked person, Naomi. The whole town will probably be there out of support for her and you. I can't help but scoff. "Hey, don't give me that," Ashley lectures, her mocha eyes stern. "You're a profound stake in this town as well, especially since you started teaching." "Yeah, but I've been gone for the last couple months. Or more, I've lost track." "It doesn't matter. Your students and staff still care along with everyone else. Don't brush them off." I roll my eyes at Ashley, who's still giving me a strict look. "Okay, Mom." I don't know if it is childish, but calling Ashley that makes us both smile. Then, just as instantly, my chest feels heavy with grief as my eyes go back to the open coffin, illuminated at the front of the room. Ashley catches the shift in my demeanor and grabs me quickly, pulling me close. I begin to feel the pain in my best friend's comforting arms. After catching my breath and regaining control, I lift my face out of her dark hair. Out of everyone that I have had to greet while they offered me their condolences, I lose it over a terrible joke. I try to chuckle at myself as I dab my eyes dry quickly. "Well, that's because those people aren't me," Ashley winks at me. I've always been your kryptonite. I look at Ashley once my eyes are dry and notice that her face has turned from amusement to shock. Before I can look behind me to see what has caused her such strain, she hisses at me. No, don't look. I freeze. Why? I don't mean to make this day worse for you, but you'll never believe who is here. Heat rises to my cheeks as my stomach tightens. In all the busyness of the viewing and people arriving, I have somehow completely forgotten about Cash, as well as forgotten to tell Ashley he was back in town. Is it Cash? How could you possibly guess that? Ashley's astonishment tears her eyes from the distraction back to me. I saw him yesterday. You saw him yesterday? And you didn't tell me? What happened? Ashley has turned into our gossipy high school selves due to the lack of excitement in our adult lives. I grab her wrist and shush her. I turn and shoot a quick glance at Chase to make sure he isn't coming over. Then again, why would he? He's busy talking to Jeff and some old teachers. We're good. Calm down. We don't need him assuming we're talking about him. You mean knowing, she corrects me. Whatever. Do you want to know or not? Ashley nods feverishly. I pull her away and into a corner so people will think we are having a moment and avoid giving me their sympathies. Honestly, it was nothing. Jeff told me when he got to town that Cash was going to be here to pay his respects. I wasn't thrilled about it, obviously, but then he just showed up to the house yesterday and had the audacity to try and make nice with me. I'm growing angry as I reflect, realizing just how much he pissed me off yesterday. He did? What could he possibly have to say to you? Sorry I abandoned you and left you in this old town. I had better things to do. I let out a quiet, dry laugh. Not really. Just was awkward more than anything. I told him off either way. I could tell he was trying to make amends, but it's too late for that. And I don't care. Now it's Ashley's turn to scoff. Yeah, okay. I don't. He left me here and we both made our own lives out of it. It was my choice to come back to this town. I didn't get forced into staying here. I know the words are true, but I can't help but still feel bitterness towards Chase about how it was handled all those years ago. Come on, Naomi. I know that's true, but how he left you stung for a long time. We both know it. You can't just forget about it. Oh, I didn't. And I may have reacted as such. I sigh thinking about what I said to Cash last night once he actually spoke to me. I bet he won't be trying that again anytime soon. He was just phrasing everything so terrible. I'm sure he meant something else, but I forgot how much I was hurt by him just leaving me here in the dust, without a thought. And actually, interacting with him brought it all back, especially once he left an opening with his smart mouth talking. Ashley looks me over for a minute before choosing her next question. So, he's here for Jeff, and simply out of respect for your mother then? Of course. What else would he be here for? Ashley simply shrugs, but looks as if she's keeping a secret all to herself. Trying to distract myself from talking any more about Cash, I go for the basic. She'll know I'm detouring. So the bar actually let you leave today, huh? And tomorrow too. Must be nice. I smirk at her knowing she'll play along. Why, yes. Being the bar owner has its perks, you know. One benefit about being divorced. The second being that I lost that massive tapeworm. I stick out my tongue in disgust. Yeah, who would have thought that Gary was going to be such a douche and so useless? He had so much going for him. Ashley holds up her olive-skinned hand. You don't have to tell me. I thought the same thing and I lived it. You can learn a lesson from me. Maybe Cash leaving wasn't as terrible as it could have been. I laugh, finally lifting up a bit. I don't know what I'd do without Ashley. Oh, damn, he's coming over. She suddenly hisses at me. The light feeling is now gone, replaced with random panic that makes no sense. What? Why? I don't know, But Jeff is with him too. It'll be fine. Hey, how you doing, sis? Jeff asks, bringing me into a side hug as I'm still facing Ashley. Hey, Ash. Thanks for being here. And for helping Naomi out while I've been gone. Jeff goes in to give Ashley a big hug, exposing an awkward stare-off between Cash and me. He smiles weakly, but I can't bring myself to reciprocate. The anger I felt during our talk yesterday flares back up. Cash may have every right to be here, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. But I guess I can try and be civil if he's willing. For my mother's sake. Hey, Ashley, Cash says casually as she nods to him. Naomi, he says more hesitantly. I need to play nice, at least here. Cash, thank you for being here for my brother. Of course. He smiles again, a little more confident now that he thinks I'm not going to bite his head off. Yet, there is still a strained silence between us, no one knowing what else to say. Well, I'm going to go get us something to drink. My eyes widen at her abandonment. I can tell she's about to invite me with her, but to my horror, my brother speaks first. I'll go with you. Ashley's eyes scream her apologies, while I try and keep mine from screaming how I feel. So, Naomi, how's teaching been? Oh, God. Small talk. Fine. Haven't been for a while, though. Sabbatical for Mom? That's enough info, right? Ah, I see. Silence. Finally, I huff, realizing my saviors won't be back soon enough. I force myself to look at Cash. How are things in Syracuse? Hockey still the best thing ever? He smiles what I used to think was a dazzling smile and begins his monologue. I don't want to hear this. I had no idea how little I wanted to hear about Chase's life and how great everything is. He's exactly like Jeff, bragging about how great it was to leave this dusty town and everything in it. How life can't be any better, and never could. Blah, blah, blah. And yet, while he babbles on about being a hockey star, I can't help but notice how damn fine he still is. Even more so now that he's matured, physically anyway, and started really taking his health seriously from the looks of it. Even through his form-fitting button-up, I can see the outline of his pectoral muscles, and maybe even abs. I feel my face heat up feverishly, realizing where my eyes are being dragged to and what thoughts are now flooding my hormones. Swallowing hard, I try to control my facial expression so my thoughts aren't so obvious. I start squeezing my nails into my palms as I nod along at all his accomplishments. I need to remember what a prick he is and try to ignore all other thoughts. They better hurry up with that drink.
Chapter 4. Cash. When Jeff and I walk into the dimly lit bar, I can already smell and see the difference. It's a lot cleaner than when Ashley's ex owned it. Why, more inviting for our aging selves now that we care what kind of pit we spend our time in. Whoa, Ashley's done a hell of a job! Jeff echoes my thoughts as we grab a booth to sink into. Yeah, I knew Gary had been lazy, but I didn't know he was dumb enough to lose his bar and his wife. I mean, Ashley isn't terrible on the eyes. I notice that Jeff is watching his sister's best friend behind the bar with the same look that seems to get all of us guys into trouble. Nice to see at least something can distract you from the funeral this morning. Jeff's eyes shoot back to me. What? What are you talking about? My point, exactly. I chuckle as Ashley makes her way over to our spot. Hey guys, did you guys not have time to change after the funeral? She asks, gesturing to us still being in our suits. We just left, Jeff replies. Ashley looks behind her at the bar clock. Just now? It was over this morning? Mom knew lots of people, and not to mention the family in town and the wake reception afterwards. Oh damn, I forgot about the reception at your house. I had to get back here and open up. Is Naomi there? Yeah, there are still some people there. Can we get a pitcher of beer? Yeah, no problem. Same as it used to be, or have your guys' taste buds changed? Let's stick to the same. Ashley smirks before heading back to the bar. I smile at Jeff as he meets my laughing eyes. "What?" he asks defensively. "Nothing. Just makes me laugh how awkward you can be around a girl you've known forever." "I wasn't awkward. Anyway, you're one to talk. Don't get me started on how off-putting it is to be around you and Naomi still." Ashley brings our pitcher with 2 frosted glasses before being called back by a new customer. After a few minutes, she returns again. She slides a chair over to our booth, sitting backwards on it so she can lean her arms on the backrest. "How's the beer?" "Same as it used to be, but I'm feeling nostalgic," I answer. Ashley's dark eyes dart to me, her hostess demeanor now gone. It reminds me maybe to not be so lax with her. Being Naomi's best friend, she may hate me more than my ex. "Speaking about nostalgia," she focuses her eyes now on Jeff. "You need to help your sister with all of the things she's going to have to do with your mom being gone." I glance at Jeff, who looks taken aback. Ashley wasn't so upfront in high school. "I am. I've been helping her since I got back." "Why, what did she say?" "She hasn't said anything. She shouldn't have to, though. Your mother just passed away. You both grew up in that house and your mom lived there for however many years. It needs updated, cleaned out, everything. There's a ton of work in settling an estate. You'll need to work on the property, no matter what you guys decide to do with it. Naomi shouldn't be left to do it all." Ashley's scolding expression almost makes me laugh at the offense Jeff takes. I have to go back to work. I'm needed. Ashley interrupts him. "You're needed here." I sit there awkwardly, not sure if I can refill my glass or not. Looking at the tense faces of Ashley and Jeff, I vote to sit quietly and wait until this is over. I don't want to mistakenly turn Ashley's attention to me on how to treat Naomi. "It's not that simple," Jeff protests. "It is that simple. Naomi needs you now. Did you know that it wasn't even a second thought to her to take a sabbatical from the job she loves? The whole reason she's still in this town? To take care of your mom the moment she was diagnosed? She has been taking care of your mother far longer than you. She has been there non-stop for everyone in all of this, making sure others are doing okay so she doesn't have to worry about herself. You're her big brother. Your mom's gone and it's terrible. But now you have some big shoes to fill. Be the man your mother raised you to be." With that, Ashley stands up for her chair, lays it back to its former table, and heads behind the bar. Now I feel like I can pour a glass of beer. I pour one for Jeff, too. I need one just from hearing him being called out. He probably needs more than a beer. Jeff drinks most of his full glass before deciding to break the silence I refuse to shatter first. "God damn it!" Still, I say nothing, just give him a she's not wrong look as I sip my beer. "Ashley, right. I need to help Naomi out with this. She can't do it all by herself." "It won't be the worst thing," I decide to add. Jeff's dark skin hides how deeply his forehead is crinkled in decision-making. "I'll call work and take vacation time I've built up. This will be a while." "Why, isn't it just boxing up clothes?" Jeff shakes his head. "I wish. No, now that Ashley brings it up, that house needs a ton of work in the manual labor department. After Dad passed and I was gone, I think Mom knew better than to let her or Naomi work on the house without proper supervision." I chuckle. "Rightfully so." Jeff pulls out a pen from his suit pocket and starts writing on a napkin. "What are you doing?" "Writing a list of everything I know I'll need to do so I can give work as accurate of a guesstimation as I can of how long this may take." I glance at his hand, starting with 1 and already down to 7. "That's a lot of stuff off the top of your head already." "Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, the list seems endless. Minor things, but still a lot." I let him scribble as I sip my beer and mindlessly eat the pretzel on the table. When Jeff finishes, he takes a victory sip of beer before calling work. Looking over at the finished list, I let a little whistle out. Maybe I need to start keeping up with my own place before it gets like that. "Thank you." Jeff shoves his phone into his pocket. "All right, I've got it covered. Do you know what you're going to do with the house after you get it all new?" I can tell by his look that Jeff hasn't thought that far ahead. Do with it? Like sell it? I shrug. Or is Naomi going to move in? I don't think so. She hasn't said anything about it. Well, why would she unless you asked? I'm sure we will end up probably selling it. Either way, this has to get done. I know it's your off-season, and you'd rather be on yachts or whatever you hockey boys do. I laugh sarcastically as I hold up my $2.50 beer. Oh yeah. Obviously. But would you want to stay and help me out with some of this stuff? Get your hands dirty and take a break from ice skating, he teased. I chuckle, suddenly nervous, and sip my beer. I don't think Naomi would go for that. It'll be fine. Might even win you some points with her. Plus, let's not forget you'd be helping me out. I delay my answer by noticing we are out of beer. I'll go get us another one. Ashley's busy. I slide the pitcher across the bar top to the one other waitress on staff. Another one, please. As I wait, I can feel my mind fight over what to do, even though I already know that I'm not going to stay. I should, but I really shouldn't. I glance over at Ashley, who's busy wiping down emptying booths. I can't stop thinking about what she had said to Jeff. Naomi needs help. She'll never ask for it, but she can't do this all by herself. That's why Jeff is staying. I don't need to, I remind myself, so I feel better about the decision I'm going to give him. Plus, no matter what Jeff says, we both know that the best way I can help Naomi get through this is by not being here. She has done nothing but make that loud and clear. She's put up with me, and that's about it. Still, a part of me feels like I owe it to her to stay, be her outlet as well as extra muscle around the house. Even though we don't date anymore, that doesn't mean I stopped caring about her needs. Besides, I've known her forever. It's not like it'd have to be read into too much. Here you go, the young waitress says, sliding the pitcher to me. I nod to the young girl, wondering if she was one of Naomi's students. Why do I care? I shake my head at the random thought and head back to the table. So, Jeff asks, taking the pitcher from me. I have a practice I should really be at this week anyway. If I had more time, I would. I know he probably can tell that I'm full of mess, but I'm holding to it. It's in the best interest for everyone. Thankfully, he doesn't give me much grief about it. I get it. Now, what to do with the house? We switch back to his mother's estate. The next several hours go by as we go through ideas and cost-efficient ways Jeff can fix certain things. I put my best foot forward knowing this is the only help I will be able to give him. The more we talk, the more I feel bad that I'm leaving all of this on Jeff's shoulders. I should be here to help him, but I can't. Then I start to realize Jeff will have to leave sooner or later, and this all might not get done in time. Then it's all left on Naomi. Again, I know I need to get out of town fast because soon I'll feel too guilty to leave.
Chapter 5. Naomi. Early Monday morning, I stand outside my mother's house, hesitating to enter. There are so many memories here, from those nostalgic moments from my childhood to some teenage antics I wish I could forget. The last few months loom over them all as I watched my mother succumb to the cancer that took her. I knew this day would come, that I'd have to deal with the lifetime of memories she left behind in all the things inside the house. Standing before the porch and staring up at my childhood home, I want to wait to put it off. There are a ton of ready excuses in my head, urging me to give it a few more days, but I understand procrastination when I see it. Being a teacher taught me that. Waiting will only delay the inevitable, and the work has to be done, sooner the better. In a way, now that my mother is gone, this house is the only thing really tying me to Bloomfield. Maybe that's why I hesitate so much to get started. Once I sort through all the things she left behind, the future is wide open. I'm acting like a baby bird unwilling to leave the nest, I mutter to myself before jogging up the front steps and approaching the door. It takes a second to pull the door open after unlocking it. It started sticking a few months back, but had fallen down the list of priorities, along with a few more repairs and maintenance I no longer have an excuse to ignore. Stepping into the living room, it starts to dawn on me the magnitude of dealing with the things my mother left behind. The last few months, I pushed it from my mind. It was hard enough to watch my mother waste away. I didn't want to think about dealing with her things afterward at the same time. I scan over the room, mentally cataloging everything and considering what to do with it. Should I donate the furniture or sell it? I have no particular connection to any of it. Or maybe I just don't want to have to lug it back to my place or wherever I might go. 2 rows of school pictures, one of me from kindergarten to my senior portrait, and the other of my brother Jeff through the same years, spreads over one wall. Scanning through them, I fixate on unfortunate and out-of-date style and fashion choices. Then, in the penultimate picture where I'm wearing Cash's Letterman's jacket, my thoughts turn to other memories I'd rather forget. What the heck are we going to do with those? Jeff's voice tears me from the old picture of me. I twist around and find him in the front doorway. He's carrying several unfolded boxes under one arm. He sets them down and steps closer, his eyes moving down the rows of pictures. Didn't expect to see you here, I say, glancing at the boxes. Figured you could use some help dealing with all this. He motions to everything in the living room. So, I'm sticking around to help out. His tone wrinkles my nose. He makes it sound like him helping me deal with everything our mother left behind is a form of charity, not what's to be expected as her child, too. Still, there is a lot to deal with. So I'm grateful, somewhat. So what do we do with these old pictures? Should I take mine and you take yours? The opposite? He asks. What am I going to do? Display my childhood like this in my house? I shake my head. The only thing weirder than displaying my own pictures like that would be having yours. I'm disappointed you don't want my smiling face beaming from your wall every day. Jeff points to one of his middle school pictures. Smack dab in the throes of puberty, the picture highlights nearly every one of its unfortunate side effects. From the wispy mustache he'd tried to grow to the acne covering his face, this was a rough year for Jeff. His retainer even caught a twinkle of the camera flash, drawing extra attention to it. Maybe we should box them up and store them somewhere, so when we are gone, our grandkids can find them when they are in our position now, I say. Maybe they will have a better idea of what to do with them. Morbid, Jeff replies. I never understood why Mom even wanted them. I know I'd like to forget about a few of them and not just that one. It is like school pictures are designed to make us focus on the awkwardness. For those of us who lived through the events, sure. But to Mom, this wall shows our growth from little kids all the way to adults. I wave down the rows of pictures. You see the braces and zits. Mom saw her little boy becoming a little man. Little man? Jeff grumbles and points to one of my photos. I'm not the only one with an awkward phase. I cringe remembering the photo. When puberty hit me, I at least had makeup to cover any zits, but I'd gone a little crazy with it that year. It was the first time my mom let me wear any, obvious by my purple tinted lips and matching garish eyeshadow. Jeff's finger moves down the line, pausing at the picture of me in Cash's Letterman's jacket. He frowns and bites his lip. You could have warned me Cash would be coming for the viewing, I say. As if the prospect of dealing with all the things my mother left behind isn't enough for me to wallow in past memories and mistakes, seeing Cash again pushed him right back to the forefront of my mind, piling on regrets and what could have beens on top of everything else. Guess it is a good thing he said no when I asked him to help us deal with all this then, Jeff says. Why would you ask him to do that? I stop myself and take a deep breath, holding a hand up. Sorry, I'm happy you are here to help me, that you are trying. But Cash? Really? A traitorous little part of me wishes Cash had accepted. Seeing him again stirred up painful memories, most around him leaving back then. But just as with the recollections I have of my mother, they are clouded by the most recent, watching her waste away. That doesn't negate the good memories. And I have many with Cash before he moved upward and onward from Bloomfield. Don't worry, he's already gone back to Syracuse. Looks like it will just be me helping, Jeff says. What are your plans for the house? Are you moving in? Are we selling it? I don't know. It is the truth and one that extends past the house. I just didn't know what the future would hold. I could go back to work, resume the life I have here in Bloomfield, but was that ever the life I truly chose, or just what happened to me as time went on? The house and my mother's things are the only real anchor I have to this place, except for Ashley. Well, I can check the house out and deal with any maintenance issues it might have, Jeff says. The front door needs to be fixed for sure, whether you are selling or staying. I'm sure there are more issues I can tackle. I'll look around for any issues. With that, Jeff starts out of the living room, leaving me alone with the memories and old pictures staring at me. My eyes fall back to the one where I'm wearing Cash's Letterman's jacket. I shouldn't be so hung up on him. It has been a decade since he left. I need to move on, and maybe not just with him, but more. Maybe this whole town. At this moment, I only moved on from the living room. Figured the kitchen would be an easier place to start, less fraught with memories. That's how I find myself standing in the middle of the room, looking around at all the pots and pans and appliances. I know I'll keep a few. Mom's cast iron skillet is coming home with me, not that I could match the fried chicken she made in the thing. Memories of her best meals hit me, and I try to focus on the pantry. There, at least, I find some quiet as I pack up the canned and non-perishable foods for donation. Mom wasn't a hoarder or anything, but as I reach the back of the cabinet, I find a few cans and boxes with expiration dates from when I was in high school. And just like that, I'm thinking of the past again, of Cash. A ramen packet a decade out of date shouldn't bring a tear to my eye, let alone have it trickling down my cheek, but I lean back against the dishwasher door, staring at the dust-covered packet for way too long. Cash and I had been studying and came down for a snack, ending up picking a pack of ramen just like this one. We shared a bowl and ended up with the same long noodle connected to our forks before Lady and the tramping it, laughing the whole time. I can't believe I almost forgot about that, or seeing the old packet brought the memory on. That's why I can't stay in this house. Everywhere I look, old memories come creeping up from the depths. It is more than the house, too. This whole town is filled with old memories. Holding on to them has only kept me here longer and longer, while the world moves on. I've always wanted to step into that world, or at least out of this small town to start with. Is now the time? I laugh and wipe my tear. Maybe I'm mourning more than my mother right now. Maybe I'm mourning the end of my time here. Maybe it is time to move on. I toss the old ramen into the donation box and stand up.
Chapter 6. Cash. It's always good to get back onto the ice. I speed down the rink and whip around the end, sending a mist of ice into the air, then back down to the other end. A few of my teammates are taking shots on the goal at the far side. I ignore them for the moment and do another circuit to clear my head. I need that more than the informal practice the team scheduled for today. That trip to Bloomfield has me distracted. It has been a long time since I'd been back, since I'd seen Naomi. Fast as I can dart around the hockey rink, I can't outpace those thoughts. Should I have stayed and helped? It is the off-season. Missing an impromptu practice months before the season starts wouldn't have hurt anyone. But if I had stayed, would my help actually help Naomi? Ashley's words follow me around the rink now. Her talk of all the things Naomi has to deal with after her mother's passing, settling the accounts and selling the house, assuming that is what she plans to do. Ironic, I'm trying to run away from my thoughts when my leaving all those years ago caused all the guilt I'm trying to run from now. I can't change the past, though. I can't imagine not taking the opportunities that presented themselves back then. The future is still a possibility, but I took the easy way out again, leaving so soon. Thinking of trying out for the Olympics, Cash? My teammate Alexi barks out when I take another circuit of the hockey rink. You're a little too bulky for speed skating. I shift my trajectory to take me close to Alexei and the others shooting goals. At the last second, I flip my skates sideways, sending a spray of ice at him, though it harmlessly billows around his legs. Got a lot on my mind is all, I say. Yeah, I heard. You went home for a funeral. Sorry for your loss, Alexei says with a solemn nod. Family? No, not really, I reply, then shrug. Or sort of. It is complicated. The mother of an old girlfriend. Seeing her again just brought up a lot of memories. Oh, is she the one that got away? He asks. No, if anything, I was the one who got away when I joined the league, I reply. Yes, she's the one who stayed behind. And here, I'd gone away again, left her back in Bloomfield to deal with her mom's death and everything around it, while I wallow with my thoughts back home, while I should be focused on the here and now. If you think you're dealing with memories, she's probably drowning in them. Death does that, especially with a parent. Alexei shakes his head, frowning through his thick beard. When my wife's father died and we went back to St. Petersburg to deal with it, she was a wreck. There are so many details to handle, and the oddest thing can send you off. I found my wife bawling her eyes out, clutching an old television remote. It reminded her of watching football with him when she was a little girl. Fantastic. Now I can't stop thinking about Naomi alone in her childhood home, dealing with everything from her mother's things to handling the house. I could have stayed and helped her get through it, but I ran away again. Maybe Alexei sees something in my expression. He gives my shoulder a light punch before turning and going back to shooting goals, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the guilt I'd been trying to speed away from around the hockey rink. Another circuit of the rink does nothing to alleviate it. What am I doing? I don't run away from my problems. I face them head on. Thinking this, the guilt almost overwhelms me. I imagine Naomi alone in her mother's house, the house she grew up in, crying her eyes out over a television remote like Alexei's wife. I should be there helping her like her brother asked me to. Not only is it the right thing to do because she needs my help right now, but maybe I can set things right. Joining the league was the right thing to do when I did it. But seeing her again, I know I could have handled leaving better. Alexei and the others call me over after another circuit around the rink fails to clear my mind. I join them taking shots on the open goal for a while, then pass the puck. Time slips by and I think in the moment again, focusing on the goal and the puck. But it doesn't last. A few of the guys skate off the rink to leave, then a couple more, leaving just me and Alexei, and my thoughts catch up with me again. Alexei passes the puck to me as we skate toward the goal. It slides right past my stick without me even noticing it. You're lucky the season is still a few months off, he calls out as he retrieves the puck. Maybe you should take a little more time, head back to help the one who got away. No, you were the one who got away. She stayed, yes? Alexei passed the puck again. This time I slapped it toward the goal, but missed. Yes, you need to get your head in the game, my friend. He's right. I left her alone again, this time grieving her mother and dealing with all the stuff that entails. With a nod to Alexei, I started off the ice and headed to the locker room. After a quick shower and getting dressed, I headed to my car and pulled up Jeff's number on my phone. Cash, been a long time, like 2 days. Jeff chuckles. How's Syracuse? It is what it is, I reply. How are you dealing with everything? There is a lot to deal with. Naomi is handling our mom's stuff right now. I've been looking over the house, finding more and more little things I need to fix if she's going to sell it, he says with a sigh. Is she planning on selling it? I ask. The thought has my stomach fluttering, and I don't know why. It is none of my business what she wants to do with her mother's house. Sure, I have some fond memories of spending time with her there, and memories of her mother whose good side I made sure to get on when I was with her daughter. But we have not been together for a decade now. Why does the thought of her leaving Bloomfield tie my stomach into knots? I don't know what she's planning on doing. Mom's death has hit her pretty hard. She was taking care of her for the last few months, so she saw it coming. But I don't think that helps at all. I could almost hear Jeff shaking his head. I saw her tearing up over a ramen packet of all things yesterday. Didn't know what to make of that, so I just crept away from the kitchen. Coward, I say with no ill intent. Says the man who left town instead of helping, Jeff shoots back. The team had a practice I had to be here for, I say. It isn't a lie, but it is far from the whole truth. Nobody would fault me for missing an impromptu practice during the off-season. No, I wanted to leave because I wanted to forget all the thoughts that have plagued me since seeing Naomi again, and I took the opportunity. I can come back and help if you need, I say. The uneasy stomach that has me making this call itself does flip, flops faster and faster the longer Jeff remains silent. Have I missed my chance? Does he not want my help anymore? You don't have to take time from your busy schedule to come back if you can't, Jeff answers finally. We'll manage. He's offering me an opportunity to stay away. Jeff and I never talked that much about our feelings or anything, but he understands just how difficult it was for me to come back and to leave again. He knows the same about Naomi, too. 3 heads are better than 2, I say, then bark out a laugh. And we had shop class together. I don't think I'd trust you with home repairs. So, you must have joined the NHL for its carpentry? I remember that footstool you made. It fell apart the first time you put any weight on it, Mr. Handyman. Come on, we can't screw it up worse together than you doing it alone, I say. I can come back and help out. You two must be overwhelmed. I can take some time away from the team. Season's not for a few months. Are you sure you want to come back? He asks, his voice serious now. Am I? Oh, I am sure that I'd rather stay here, but I also know if I did that, I won't be able to think about anything else. Will the distraction ebb or get worse? No, I want to help too, but going back came with other problems. All my thoughts of making things right have me considering the possibility that there is just no way to do that. It is like a hockey stick. Once it breaks, snaps in two, there is no way to fix it. You just have to move on. I want to help you and Naomi, I really do, I finally say. Jeff is silent for a long moment, long enough for me to wonder if the signal died. He lets out a sigh, telling me it hasn't. Well, we can sure use the help. Maybe the two of us together can actually fix the issues with the house, he says. Great, I'll see you soon then, I say before we end the call. I'm not running away now, I'll help Naomi through this. That thought keeps me from turning back home the whole drive to Bloomfield.
Chapter 7. Naomi. Ashley smiles and waves when I step inside her bar. This early in the day, it is mostly empty. She slides her dusting rag down the bar as she approaches the stool I sit down on. Day drinking? Guess I shouldn't ask how dealing with your mom's house is going, she says, then chuckles. Not that I'll turn away a customer. I came to say hi, not to drink, I reply, though I'll have a virgin Cuban Libre. So, a Coke? With a twist of lime, I answer. She rolls her eyes but moves down to the drink dispenser. Something harder does sound good right now, but I don't want to go back to my mom's house, smelling of booze or under its effect. I don't want to go back at all, though I have little choice. So, avoiding work or just cash? Ashley asks when she returns with a Coke garnished with a lime wedge. Why not both? I raise my glass. It has been a week since the viewing, and Jeff and I started dealing with our mom's house and all her things. I'd been so mad he asked Cash to stick around to help, then just as mad that Cash had left instead. Those same contradictory thoughts swirled in my mind ever since Cash came back a couple days ago. Jeff didn't even warn me. I was in the den packing up Mom's bookcase full of paperback mysteries when Cash followed him into the room and offered a quick hello as if nothing had happened and no time had passed. He and your brother were in here last night, Ashley says, turning to rearrange the bottles behind the bar. From the sound of it, they are fixing the place up while you deal with your mom's things. That's a good thing, right? Oh, he has been a help. I can't deny that. We should have the house cleared out and ready for, I'm not sure. You still don't know what you are doing next? There is a hint of sadness in her voice. I've talked about leaving before, but couldn't. Not with my mother needing my help in her last months. If I do leave, I'll miss Ashley more than almost anything in this town. I've applied for a few jobs. Maybe a fresh start is what I need, I say. As for the house, I don't know. If I leave Bloomfield, I'll probably sell it. Even if I stay, I don't want to live there, so I'll still probably sell it. Can't begrudge you if you get a chance to leave, Ashley says, before pouring herself a shot. Here's to the future, to wherever it takes you. She clinks her shot glass against my Coke, and we both take a drink. The phone in my pocket buzzes. I pull it out and glance at the screen. Oh, is it Cash? Ashley asks in her teasing tone. No, my brother, I reply. He wants to know what's keeping me. Apparently, they want to fix the shelves in my mom's closet, but need me to deal with her clothes first. Is Goodwill about to be inundated with sparkly bejeweled tops? Ashley chuckles and holds her hands up at my glare. Looks like my procrastination is over, I say, finishing my Coke before standing. Hard as it is to be around Cash, he has been a big help in getting the house ready for whatever came next. He's handier than Jeff. Not that I plan on telling my brother that. With any luck, we will finish soon. He can go away again and I can move on to the next chapter of my life. Maybe away from Bloomfield too. But I feel a part of me scared to let it all go and leave it behind me. Because of my mom, but a part is for Cash too. And I hate that. I'd been stuck in this town for far too long. Just hitting send on those out-of-town applications had me buzzing with excitement. There are far too many memories in Bloomfield, not all of them negative for sure. But the last year has certainly not been a cakewalk. Cash coming back brought up those old hurts too. All the more reason to start that next chapter somewhere else, anywhere else. Cash and my brother have the front steps dismantled when I pull into the driveway. They are cutting out the center support for them. Neither notice my arrival over the sound of the circular saw. Only when Cash pulls the stairs support up does his head turn toward me. Hey, he says, standing with the awkward load in his arms. I thought you guys were only replacing the wonky step, I reply after giving Cash a quick nod. That step was wonky because of the support under it, my brother answers, setting the saw aside. So, since we are replacing the support, we had to pull up all the steps. I can give you a boost if you need to get to the front porch, Cash says, tossing the stairs support onto the small pile of steps in the lawn. Or I could just use the back door. Cash's mouth opens to respond, but quickly closes again. We both stand there for a moment, the awkwardness of the silence swelling. I don't think either of us have any idea what to say to make that go away. I'll go get started with Mom's closet, I say, before walking around the house to the back door. I get no reply, probably for the best. The job is far from over, but even seeing my mom's house, half-packed with once full shelves empty, rooms that had been lively and inviting, nearly stripped bare is an odd experience. At the same time, it promises an end to what has kept me in this town. Excitement battles with the sadness and grief. Up in my mom's room, I open her closet and scan the racks, realizing the scope of this job. Then my eyes fall on about a dozen garishly bedazzled tops and think of Ashley's line about goodwill. Oh, I'll donate most of them, but choose a couple to add to Ashley's next birthday present. Chuckling as I set them aside. Laughter joins through the windows. I step close and peer down below. Cash holds one of the steps they removed like it is a hockey stick and slaps it against one of the other bits of wood my brother barely held the end of up. The wood spins through the air and clatters into the back of Jeff's truck. Cash gets a high five from my brother before they do it again. I can't help but smile watching it. Dealing with my mom's things has already had me dipping into nostalgia and remembering nearly forgotten moments from the past. Watching Cash and my brother horse around, even when I'd prefer them working on the house, has me thinking back to my earliest memories of the man back when we were all in high school together. They continue their little game until all the wood is in the truck as I watch from above, my own job forgotten. Cash shakes his head at something my brother asks, then glances toward the house. I step to the side of the window, though he doesn't look up. My brother slaps his shoulder, head shaking before he heads to the driver's door. Cash starts toward the missing stairs and jumps onto the porch and out of sight. He is coming up here, and just like that, I'm suddenly nervous. I haven't spoken to him without my brother close by since he returned a few days ago, and it has been awkward in the extreme, just like at the viewing. I don't want it to be like that between us, but then again, I'm not exactly certain what I want instead. In a few days, he will be gone again, and I might be off to an interview for one of the jobs I applied for, or thinking of going back to work come the fall semester. Cash's footsteps stomp up the stairs, just as I put the last of my mom's sparkly tops into the box destined for Goodwill. A few seconds later, he peeks around the door frame, knocking on it. Your brother took the old wood to the dump and is picking up some new boards for the stairs, he says. I thought I'd see if you need any help in here. Looking at how nice he's filled out, even from the last time I saw him, has me wondering what new muscles I'd find if I just traced his chest with my fingertips. I feel like a horny teenager all over again, but I can't afford to be as dumb as she was. I haven't gotten to my mom's underwear drawer if you'd like, I reply. Cash freezes, mouth agape and eyes equally wide. I only last a few seconds before I fall into a fit of giggles. Seeing him horse around with my brother took me right back to high school when we first got to know each other. Maybe that memory made things less awkward. I always used to love teasing him. Ha ha ha. He shakes his head and his rigid shoulders relax. I was thinking more in the line of hefting boxes. That one looks pretty full. He points to the Goodwill bound box. I fold the top closed and pick it up. Cash comes closer, arms out to help me, but the box isn't too heavy. Still, when he takes it from me, our fingers brush. He steps away, smiling. Shouldn't be too much more work to get this place cleared out, he says, standing in the doorway with the box in hand. Assuming you and Jeff don't discover more issues like the stairs that drag it out, I reply. The stairs support did need to be replaced. It isn't like we want a delay or anything, he says. No. Cash wants to leave again. Not that I can begrudge him that. I'm in the same boat now, hoping one of those applications comes through with a new opportunity. Now that I'm pining to leave myself, maybe I understand Cash's decision a little better. Still, I can't help but feel a little sting of the reminder of the last time he left. I step out of my mom's closet and start for the door. Here, let me show you where we are putting the boxes we plan on donating, I say. The awkwardness doesn't go away, not completely and not easily, but the ice broke, just a crack.
Chapter 8. Cash. I know for the most part that Naomi has been avoiding me. At least she had been when I first got here. But since I attempted to really make an effort, especially helping her try and sort stuff, things have been sort of just starting to flow. I didn't realize how nice it is to actually have her not be an awkward part of my life. For some reason, I have put in my head that Naomi was always going to be that girl from high school who was hung up on me and blamed me for whatever happened to her. Seeing that she is way more mature than that, and allowed me to help instead of biting my head off at every turn, has been refreshing. Almost nostalgic. Jeff and I crashing at his mom's old house didn't help in that department. Everywhere I look, I have flashbacks that lead me down the path of having Naomi on the brain. I can't say it's a bad thing to help lull myself to sleep. In a moment of zoning out, my eyes look over the mantel. It may hold memories and pictures of Naomi and Jeff, but I have a very hot memory of Naomi and myself that would be illegal to photograph. I'm in the middle of having a nice memory of what Naomi and I did against the old fireplace one night when Jeff was gone at a meet and their parents were out of town when Naomi's voice jerks me back to the present. What are you doing? What? I spin around, trying not to show the surprise on my face. Nothing! She narrows her eyes at me, obviously seeing through my lie. You're awfully jumpy for doing nothing. I ignore her statement and walk over to grab a box from her loaded hands. Thanks. Where's Jeff? I thought he was here working on the trim, she asks, setting the boxes carefully down a table of loose Polaroids. He went to the hardware store to get some putty to fill in the nail holes we made fixing it up. Naomi nods slowly before turning away from me to busy herself. I can't stop myself from asking, "What are you doing?" Just going through pictures and whatever else we pulled from the dressers and cabinets the other day. Can I help? She pauses and examines me with her soft brown eyes. They don't look as cold as they had when I first arrived here. I find it hard to hold eye contact with her without thinking that those were the eyes I'd looked deep into before touching her soft, full lips with mine. Get a hold of yourself! I jerk my eyes away and pull up a chair without her answer. Really, you don't have to. No, it's fine. Jeff will probably take longer than usual. Not being here in so long, it takes him over an hour to come back from getting. Anything. No matter where you go, you run into someone you haven't seen in forever and want to catch up. Naomi chuckles and I relax a little more at her softening up. True, that's the way small towns are, though. I watch her shuffle through some pictures, not knowing where to start. I catch her long fingers freeze as they hover over a picture with the corner sticking out. Curiosity gets the best of me. I lean over to see what made her breath catch. I assume it's an old picture of her mom and dad, but I'm wrong. She pulls it out, and I see it's her and my old prom picture. Oh, damn. Your mom kept this? I blurt out. Naomi gives a sharp look, as if she forgot that I was there. Her defensiveness slowly melts away, and a small smile creeps onto her face. I guess she did. Can I see it? She hands the picture to me, and I can't help but laugh. Do you remember this night? She's already busied herself digging through other pictures. How can I forget? Man, that was a crazy night. But I still got you home on time. She looks at me, an eyebrow raised, and I'm transported right back to high school. Barely. I was almost grounded for the rest of my life. Good thing I know how to change a tire. Hey, I knew how to. Yeah, but you had too much punch, and I wasn't going to risk my dad thinking I lied about a flat tire. I mean, who would buy that on prom night? It was true, though, I say, handing the photo back to her. She looks at it for a moment, and I wonder if she's going to take it and rip it or toss it. Naomi hesitantly reaches her hand out for it and drops it into a pile that I can't tell whether it's for discarding or keeping. She stays silent while she rummages through pictures, and I still don't know what to do to help. Honestly, she probably just wants me to leave. I can do some other things while I wait for Jeff anyway. I get up to leave, but her voice halts me. If you really want to help, put pictures of the family in one pile and parents in another and random ones with our friends, or just me and Jeff in another. I sit back down and start shuffling through a pile she shoves towards me. As we shuffle through the past, Naomi starts to open up more as we share memories of the same photos. Our work quickly becomes more like sharing a photo album with an old friend. Before I know it, we are laughing, and the tension from our own abrupt end seems to have eased away. I find an old picture of her in her headgear and bust out laughing. Oh man, I totally spaced that you had this, I tease, waving the photo in front of her nose. Oh my God, give that back! Naomi's smiling, but I can tell she's serious. I hold it out of her reach as she attempts to climb over me to get it. Who would have thought that I would have dated this geek? She lets out a playful gasp and lunges one more time for the photo. Just burn that picture. No one needs that remembered. I do. I like the side of you. I always thought it was cute. She's still trying to grab the picture from me, now almost on my lap as I hold the photo as far out from my body as I can. Did not. I was so embarrassed when you guys had sleepovers and I had to wear that thing. Chase, give it. No, I'm gonna keep it if you're just going to toss it. Chase, she whines before taking a final lunge over top of me. My chair loses its balance and tips, taking us both with it to the ground. Naomi lands on top of me, and I can't help but keep laughing. When we catch our breath from the nostalgic laughter, I realize how much she has grown up. Her body has gotten more curves and filled out in all of the right places. Her warm breath seems to send goosebumps popping up all over my body. My laughter fades, as does hers. I look into her soft brown eyes that look almost golden hazel right now with the sun pouring in through the dining room window. Our breathing seems to cease as we both stare into each other's eyes like we used to so long ago. I'm overcome with the need to pull her harder against me and kiss her in a way I never did before. "Hey, Chase, I got the stuff finally." Jeff's voice breaks our trance. Naomi sucks in a breath, throws herself off me in a flash before snatching the picture from my limp hand. Jeff walks in and freezes when he sees me on the floor with a chair. "Did Naomi just kick your face?" "Pretty much," I reply as I roll over to push myself off of the ground. Naomi starts bossing herself with the pictures again, this time taking the pile she had given me and mixing it with her own. "Do you still want my help?" I ask, almost sad that Jeff is back. "No, that's okay. Thank you, though. Go supervise Jeff. I've got this." Before I turn away to help her oblivious brother, I catch that small smile that was so rare earlier reappears as she shuffles through photos. Jeff insisted that I help Naomi handle the lawyer as well as selling some of their mother's valuables since the owner of the shop was a known crook, especially dealing with women. After that, I have found a reason to be at her side through everything she'd been trying to handle all by herself. I must say, I've been enjoying the hell out of it. Over the next 3 weeks, I find myself spending more time with Naomi and less helping Jeff. He's been finishing up solo projects while Naomi has been handling lawyers, banks, and donating her mother's belongings. It's become easier to make her smile and to ignore the past awkwardness between us. Almost as if it was never there. Naomi hasn't given me the cold shoulder either. In fact, I feel like she's been reciprocating how enjoyable it's been to spend time together. After getting accounts finalized with the bank, Naomi and I head back to the house so she can see what's left to donate. "Here." She hands me the picture of her in her headgear. "As a thank you for what you did today, and have done for us in the last 3 weeks. It means a lot." Naomi keeps her head down, avoiding looking at me. I take the picture and brush her fingers as I do. The goosebumps I've been getting spread all over my body again. She walks away before I can say thank you, but turns before heading up the stairs. We share a moment, a quiet one, but to me it speaks volumes, especially when I see a glimmer of a smile before she proceeds up the stairs, swaying those womanly hips and perfect buttocks of hers. I look down at the dorky picture and smile before tucking it into my back pocket. Have I really forgotten how much history we had together? And so much of it is great, too. Oh, I suddenly realize I'm falling for her all over again. It has me really thinking about what Alexei said. Is Naomi the one that got away? More importantly, am I going to let her?
Chapter 9. Naomi. I find myself purposely swaying my hips as I walk up the stairs. I can feel Cash's eyes on me, and I can't lie. I like it. I'm glad he can't see my face, though. It would give away how turned on I am by just holding his attention this way. My mind is busy pacing myself until I reach the top. Once out of sight, I bit my lip trying to contain my smile. Feeling like this, especially walking into my old room, makes me feel like a schoolgirl. I seem to be somehow happy in a time when I could be drowning myself. And a lot of it has to do with that stupidly handsome boy downstairs. Actually, he's a man now. And boy, is he. I feel my body spasm in excitement as I start going through another dresser. Almost as if I'm giddy. Ugh, I'm in trouble. "Hey, Naomi." Jeff's shout breaks me blissfully, reminiscing over how sweet and thoughtful Cash has shown to be over the last 3 weeks. "What?" I use my sister voice to let him know that he's annoying me. His face pops into my bedroom. "The bank just called on Mom's landline. Jason needs you to come back down." I huff out more annoyance. I just was there? Yeah, well, something got submitted wrong or they didn't give you all of the paper. I don't know. But he'll hold it open for you if you can go now. All right. I follow Jeff down the stairs as Chase's voice floats up the staircase. I think we are going to need more screws after all. My heart quickens when I see his face appear with a sudden smile at my arrival. What? You already done? Oh, no. You know that bank we just came from? Well, I have to go back. Yay, I chuckle, keeping my flirty eyes on him as I grab my keys. Oh? Well, let's go together. I have to get more stuff anyway. He looks to Jeff. There's enough to still continue, but we're gonna run out soon. I notice Jeff looking at Cash closely, then quickly back at me before jumping back. What was that look for? I ask, already knowing the answer. What look? He says defensively. I roll my eyes and walk past him, calling over my shoulder to Chase. Let's take your car. It's nicer. As we drive with the windows down on a sunny, warm day, I catch myself trying not to stare at Chase's chiseled facial features. I want to stroke his stubble like I used to, back when there wasn't any across that perfect jawline. Not even 3 weeks ago, I wanted to see how tightly I could squeeze his neck to make his eyes pop out. Now, I want to see the same thing, but by doing a much dirtier, enjoyable method. I bite my lip and finally blurt out, "Are you just doing all this with me because you feel guilty?" He looks taken aback for a second. What? No, I just thought you wanted help. That's why I'm here. I still feel flirty and like that he's flustered. I keep teasing him. I see. You like toting around Jeff's little sister, that he probably doesn't trust doing these things. Not at all, he says more quickly than I expect. I don't mind hanging with you, especially since you dress up for me. He gives me a wink. I can feel heat spreading quickly down my inner thighs. Oh, this is just how I look now. I don't do this all for you. I coyly smile at him. My eyes shoot to his crotch after I see his own smirk. I love how hot this game makes me, and how good I am at it with him. But honestly, no. Jeff trusts you. He hasn't asked me to do anything. Me helping you and hanging out with you is my own doing. He smiles even wider at me. Like now. We actually didn't really need anything. I heard what the bank needed and knew you had to go out. My heart beats faster, and my stomach feels like butterflies have swarmed it. His blue eyes flash with the sun, making me pulse loudly in areas that desperately need his touch. Suddenly, I find myself wanting to extend the errands I'll need to get done. Later that night, I go to the one place where I think I might actually get my head on straight. Ironically, it's the bar. Oh my God. Ashley walks out from behind the bar and hugs me as if she hasn't seen me in years. I've been wondering how you were actually doing. I know you've been busy and I'm short-staffed, but that's no excuse. I feel like I've abandoned you in a time of need. She pushes me back to look me in the eyes and frowns. You seem fine. I shrug. Ashley's eyes widen. Come. Sit at the bar and you tell me all the things. I can't help but smile now at her reaction. Cozying to the bar, I take a sip of the vodka crayon Ashley made me. Is it Cash? She asks, leaning in on her elbows. I nod. What's happened? Tell me. I've been so bored here. Plus, I deserve to know. She teases. Well, I don't really know, I admit. What do you mean? I take a deep breath and try to quickly figure it out myself. I have no idea what's going on. He's been really great, honestly, like, genuine, and it's been nice spending time with him. He's helped me get a lot done with mom stuff. She raises her eyebrows at me. And? I know what you're thinking. And no, we haven't done anything. I take another sip. But you want to, she chides. It's been a while since I've been laid, and I know he's a good one. We both giggle like idiots. The low-lit bar lights up as the door opens. Ashley grabs their drinks and slides it down to them with a quick, "Hey," before coming quickly back. Usuals, I assume? Them? You know Rodney and Tommy. They're always here. I squint. Oh, yeah. Seeing them in the daylight threw me off. She lets out a huff for a laugh. Cha. Anyway, continue. There's really nothing left to say, Ash. So, he just changed? You really believe that? Well, no. I mean, nothing was bad before when we were dating. It's just how it ended that left everything sour. Ashley nods but says nothing. Just chews on a mixing straw, waiting for me to say way more than I want to. I let out a sigh, relenting. He's been really great. He's gone to the bank lawyer, everywhere with me. He's been helping Jeff and just, I don't know, acting like we used to. It's easy, nice, and I feel like he wants me more than he ever has. I know I do. That's just because of your dry spell, Ashley points out. There's that. But it's more than that. He's just been supportive of everything. Of me. Him and Jeff both, actually. I even asked him why he's been so nice to me. And? Ashley asks, looking pulled in again. My face smiles just thinking about his answer. He's doing this because he wants to. Jeff hasn't asked him to check in on me. Just that he likes hanging out. And that I turn him on. We giggle, but Ashley still waits, wanting me to dish. She's looking for the deep girl talk we haven't had since her divorce, because nothing ever changes. Now something has. I finally admit what I have been wanting to refuse. I'm starting to have feelings for him again, and I have no idea what to do with that. Ashley stays silent while still chewing on the neon pink mixing straw. I can't tell if she's judging me or even taking me seriously. Finally, she says, I don't know either. What? No, you have to have an opinion on this. I need a direction to go with. Oh no, don't put that on me. Ashley waves her hands and begins to busy herself with cleaning the glasses. Come on, tell me what you're thinking, I whine. She huffs before coming back to her spot and leaning across the bar. I think that you two need to talk about it. We're all adults here. No need to hide behind awkwardness when you can be straightforward and move past it. Move past it. Yeah, whatever it is that's going on between you two. So, you think it's nothing? I didn't say that. I just said that I think it's worth talking to each other about. If this is legit and he's wanting to be there for you, do you want that? Or do you want to just hook up? I don't know, I say quickly, suddenly feeling like I'm being bombarded with questions. Then I think that's the first thing you need to figure out. You have more options than you realize. A dry laugh follows her statement. Oh yeah, sure. Plenty of options here. That's just it, though. Ashley's voice turns hushed, making her sound more serious. What is? That since your mom passed, there's nothing really holding you here besides me. And I know I'd be hard to part with, but you could leave. I have no idea, but I completely spaced that underlying factor. I've been so busy with Chase, I haven't really thought about my own future. So, I think figuring out what you want, or even if that move is to play it loose, is something you need to decide before talking to Chase. Ashley shrugs before adding, That's just my opinion, though. She winks at me before walking to the end of the bar to refill drinks. I twirl my mixing straw in the watered-down drink and think about what it is that I want. God, it feels so foreign to me. I haven't thought really about what I want for a long time. College? Maybe. I know I want to at least apply and interview for new things. I can make decisions after I see what I can get and how I feel about it. But in the meantime, it doesn't hurt to indulge myself in what this town has for me right now, right?
Chapter 10. Cash. Here are the LED light bulbs you wanted, I say to Jeff as I walk into his mother's kitchen. I can't get over how every day I'm feeling more comfortable just walking in. A few weeks ago, I wasn't sure where I stood. Well, at least not with Naomi, I think to myself. Jeff is painting the kitchen cabinets. He looks up at me from his disastrous DIY project, stands, takes the box of bulbs and places it on a chair. Thanks. No problem. Did you get enough to replace the bulbs for the entire house? He asks. You told me to get 20. That's what I got. All right, then we should be good. Where's Naomi? I ask, looking around. I've gotten used to having her voice and teasing fill the air. It's made working much more enjoyable having her around. And the view is a lot more appeasing. Jeff doesn't answer right away. He removes the bulbs from the box and clears his throat. Then he says something that catches me by surprise. I sent her on an errand because you two need some time apart. My gaze goes straight to his face to determine whether he's joking. He notices my quizzical look. He begins, watch it with Naomi, okay? I feel my face tense with the shock of his words. What? I ask with astonishment. I'm just saying, if you lead her on, I can't have your back a second time. It won't feel right defending you again, man. And with that, he puts the bulbs back in the box and returns to his DIY cabinetry paint job. When I realize I'm looking at him with my mouth wide open, I pivot and walk to the high bar. With a huff, I take a seat. I can't deny Jeff's warning is triggering. It feels like an unnecessary jab, as if he believes my plan is to lead Naomi on. Normally, Jeff is supportive and tries to remain impartial with Naomi and me. I appreciate that. But this comment about how I need to watch it with her tells me he's taking a side now. On top of that, it pisses me off, and I don't know why. Well, I can't defend your messy paint job, I bark. Call a damn professional, please. Although Jeff is used to my teasing him, even I notice my tone is more pointed than normal. He hears it too. Jesus, Cash, calm down. It's just the first coat. I can paint back over it. I bolt up to standing and point at his work. You can't paint over something that messed up. You have to start all the way over. Jeff stands, turns to face me, and cocks his head to the side. Are we still talking about the kitchen cabinet? He asks with suspicion. My eyes grow wide. What do you think we're talking about? As his eyes narrow, Jeff's next statement has more of a pacifying tone. I'm not sure I know anymore, Cash. While I'm sure I need to, I don't know how to respond as we stare at each other for what seems like an eternity. The front door opens and closes. I'm back. Naomi. Our heads turn towards the entrance as we hear her footsteps approaching. When she gets to the threshold, she stops. Her eyes dance from Jeff to me and then back. It's obvious she thinks she's interrupting something. With an apologetic smile, she asks, Is everything okay? Jeff looks at me warily. Yeah, I say. Echoing Jeff is the only thing I'm able to do right now, because I'm still dumbfounded and feel like a parakeet with no vocabulary of my own. When I see Jeff has nothing to add, I somehow find my words. I was just ribbing your brother about his horrible paint job. Tell him he needs to call a professional. It will end up saving time and money if he hires someone who knows what they're doing. I look at Jeff, who shoots me a disbelieving stare. To describe my actions as ribbing would be an understatement. Still, my reasoning is logical. So, I'm hoping that will keep me from having to get into any more details. It appears Naomi accepts my explanation. She shrugs it off, looks at Jeff, and with a hint of sarcasm asks, Tell a man who has never taken a piece of advice I've given him to call a professional? Jeff scoffs. As if you take my advice, he mumbles. I will take your financial advice, but anything you have to say about life is never sensible, Naomi says, her voice growing in depth with each word. Well, then, it's unanimous, apparently. Oh my God, Jeff, why are you talking in code? What is unanimous? Naomi asks, sounding exasperated. I'm neither needed nor wanted here right now, Jeff says stiffly. So I'm going to go find a painter. He leaves us alone in the kitchen. We take a while to say anything after his bizarre exit. Maybe it's because we're waiting for him to come back and say he's joking. When it's clear Jeff is not returning, Naomi and I turn to each other. "That was weird," Naomi says, almost thoughtfully. "I didn't get to tell him the library accepted Mom's collection of hardbacks." "You didn't want them?" I ask. "I don't have anywhere to put them. She turned Jeff's room into a library, remember? I don't have that kind of space." "No, I don't remember. Was that something I should have known?" Naomi sighs, then smiles. "I guess not. You weren't here for that, and I don't see why Jeff would have told you." "Right," I say flatly. "You okay?" Naomi asks, while giving me a soft punch in the arm. Hearing her say I wasn't here brings Jeff's words back to mind. Irritation courses through my veins. How dare he suggest I would lead Naomi on again? Again? Did I lead her on before? The comment is a blow to my pride. I'm not conceited by any means. If anything, I'm always moved to protect her. Damn it, I'm going to prove him wrong, but how? Cash? I jump out of my thoughts and give Naomi a blank stare when I realize I've yet to answer her. Yeah? She repeats her question. You okay? Your brother aggravated me is all, I say with a shake of my head. Well, that's not surprising. How? What did he do? I try to make my reply sound calm or even matter-of-fact. He told me I needed to watch it with you. Naomi's back straightens after hearing it. She looks taken aback. What's that supposed to mean? She asks. I guess he thinks I'm just messing around with you. Whether you are or aren't, we are adults. She looks annoyed now. I take a step towards her, but she puts her hands up, so I pause in my tracks. She continues ranting. And frankly, it says to me he doesn't trust our ability to navigate our own relationship. The moment she speaks those words, Naomi's eyes look into mine and her mouth clamps shut. If I didn't know any better, I would say she looks stunned right now. I mean, she falters. When she speaks again, she stumbles over her words. Not relationship. Well, yes, relationship. I mean... She stops and takes a deep breath. I stand there waiting because, to be honest, I do not know what to say. I'm no longer annoyed. In fact, I'm rather intrigued. After taking a moment, she speaks in a more controlled tone. What I mean to say is that I'm a big girl. I can handle myself. I've got this far without having to hold my brother's hand. Or any guy's hand, for that matter. Was that by choice? I ask, surprising us both. Naomi's body stiffens. At first, I think she won't answer, but then I see her gaze go downward as if she's contemplating the question. Yeah, it was. I nod, acknowledging her reply. I'm not buying everything she's selling, but it's not my place to ask. After all, I'm not her boyfriend or anything. Then I once again step towards her, closing the space between us. She doesn't stop me this time. Well, now that you've declared you don't need a man holding your hand, I don't think your brother has anything to worry about. I know he's worried that we're just playing around, and that I might get caught up in my feelings. Maybe I made too much of a big deal of it. I mean, you know how overprotective he is. Yeah, I know. I examine Naomi's familiar face, as if for the first time. Then, with a twinkle in my eye, I throw caution to the wind and whisper, Are we what? Playing around? She takes a couple steps back with her eyes wide and brows pinched. Cash, are you being serious? The magnetic pull of our flirtatious chemistry is impossible to ignore. I smirk and move a couple of steps closer. Not if we're playing around. Cash, stop! Naomi playfully pushes my chest and giggles. I laugh at the gesture. I know I'm not in a place where I can commit to anything right now. But I'm enjoying your company, Naomi. It's been fun catching up with you. Naomi looks at me and smiles. Her smile gives me the permission I need to continue. If it's okay with you, I'd like to continue hanging out while I'm here. So, are we saying that this is something? Are we trying to make this something? It's complicated for me, Naomi. I can't make any promises, and I don't want to lead you on. To my surprise, Naomi nods her head and says, "That works for me. I don't know how the pieces of our lives could even fit, so let's just take things as they come. No expectations, no labels." My eyes widen and I ask, "You good with that?" I think I see her eyes darken for a moment, but it's just a flash, so I may be mistaken. "Yeah, I'm good."
Chapter 11. Naomi. I step out onto the sidewalk in front of my apartment on my way to my mom's house. My eyes widen with surprise at the sight of Cash walking up to me. "Hey, Cash," I say, trying to keep my voice steady. "What brings you here?" He looks both anxious and eager all at once. I can't help but smile. Cash gives me a coy smile, then swallows. "I wanted to make good on taking you out on an actual date. I thought we could go to that little bistro in Skaneateles. What do you say?" My eyes light up and my smile grows wider. "Of course, Cash," I reply, my voice laced with enthusiasm and anticipation. I think I see his chest puff out. "Great, I'll pick you up at 6 then." Just as I'm about to shape my lips to say, "Okay," I remember that I have a meeting scheduled this afternoon. It's the reason I'm going to my mom's house right now. "Oh, wait," I say and hold up my hand. "I can't." "Oh, okay then," Cash answers, looking disappointed. "It's just that I have an appointment with a realtor this afternoon. I haven't decided if I'm going to sell Mom's house or not, even though Jeff practically has the for sale sign on the lawn. So how about you meet me there?" "At the bistro?" I ask. He nods. "You sure about that, Cash? It doesn't sound like an actual date. I thought the rules were that the guy picks up the girl." Cash sighs and smiles, as if we haven't been making our own rules since whatever we're doing started. I chuckle. "So, I guess I'll see you there around 6:30? "It's a date, around 6:30. And call me if your meeting runs late." "I will. See you later." "See you, Naomi." I watch as he turns to walk away, wondering if the weird feeling I have in my stomach shows on my face. With a deep inhale and a quick exhale, I hop in my car to head to Mom's house to get ready for the meeting with the realtor. When I return from Mom's, a feeling of unease creeps into my chest and belly. I'm unsure if it's because of the recent meeting or the upcoming date with Cash. The meeting is giving me a lot to think about. Like if I sell the house, there will no longer be a reason for me to stay in Bloomfield. I won't have any excuse to stay, and I'll be free to get out of here, relationship or not. I mumble. A giggle escapes my lips, and I look around to see if anyone heard my short soliloquy. When I'm certain everyone within earshot is paying me no mind, I turn the key to the door. As I walk in and see my reflection in the apartment entryway mirror, I realize I look overwhelmed. Maybe I should have a drink to calm my thoughts before I meet Cash, I say to myself as I walk down the hall to my apartment door. Once that statement comes out, a flood of maybe I should nots comes to me. Maybe I shouldn't sell the house. Maybe I shouldn't give Jeff so much rope since he doesn't know much about what needs to be done around here. Maybe I shouldn't go on this date with Cash. It's a distraction from what I need to get done. I let out an audible sigh. Maybe I shouldn't overthink everything. After getting ready for my date with Cash, I take one last look at myself in the mirror. Looking good, but not desperate. I steady myself with a deep breath and then pull out my phone wallet from my purse. Still feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness, I unlock my phone to schedule a pickup outside my apartment entrance. I'm not driving in case I have one too many drinks because I want to be safe. To keep from becoming too antsy, I walk downstairs to wait. As I wait, I can't help but reminisce about my past with Cash, the memories we made, the joy, and the undeniable connection. But those memories also hold pain and heartache. This date is our chance to bridge a gap, and maybe to reignite a flame that had once burned so brightly, even if it's only a temporary flame. After the hour-long ride, the car drops me in front of the bistro. Cash stands at the entrance, a smile playing on his lips as he sees me exit and approach. My heart beats faster. It's unbelievable how, even after all this time, his smile still has that effect on me. I can't deny that I missed being on the receiving end of that captivating smirk. I notice Cash fidgeting with his tie. His actions move me to give my outfit a once-over. "Hey," I say. The tone of my voice resonates with the now familiar mix of uncertainty and excitement. "Hey yourself," Cash replies. His voice doesn't sound as steady as it normally does. Our eyes lock, and for a moment, the uncertainty melts away. I can't help but feel a surge of joy when our eyes meet. Cash reaches out and takes my hand in his. I feel the warmth of his touch. "You look amazing." Heat is spreading across my cheeks, and I can't stop smiling like a goof. "Keep it casual and flirty, Naomi." "Thank you, Cash. You clean up well, too." The weather is perfect tonight in Skaneateles, New York. Cash and I, finally talking again after years of silence, are standing outside this super cute bistro for our much-awaited actual date. "You're right on time. Shall we go in?" "Please, I am hungry." As we walk into the bistro, the warm glow from the soft lighting embraces us. Candles flicker on the tables, casting a romantic ambiance throughout the room. Soft jazz music plays in the background, lending a sense of intimacy to the atmosphere. We settle into a cozy booth in the corner, surrounded by the soft murmur of other patrons. I can't help but admire how magnetic he is as he speaks. Our jokes, obvious flirting, and laughter filling the air. It resembles old times, but a noticeable caution lingers between us. We reminisce about old memories and our shared adventures. The playful back and forth reminds me of what we once had and gives me hope for this temporary fling. Once again, I can't help but notice how Cash's smile has remained unchanged. It still has the power to make me melt, just as it had back then. Am I imagining things? Cash is all about me right now. As our meal arrives, Cash marvels at the delicious spread before us. "Just smelling this makes my mouth water," he says. I laugh. "Cash, you look like your eyes are about to roll in the back of your head." Have you ever had food that was so good it aroused all of your senses? Cash takes a drink from his water glass. I can't stop laughing. I'm sure I have. But I never looked like I needed a content rating to eat. You're looking at your food like it might not be safe for the workplace. Cash chokes on his water, struggling to suppress his laughter. His face turns red as he coughs and laughs all at once. I get out of my chair to pat him on the back, hoping it will help. Once he composes himself, Cash leans in closer as a thoughtful smile stretches across his face. His voice is soft, almost hesitant. "Naomi, I've missed this. Being able to laugh with someone like this. I've missed you. Really." We savor every bite of the food and the feeling of reconnecting, but I can't ignore the hurt that is still there, looming in the background. After finishing our meal, we take a leisurely walk by the lake. As the moon glows over the picturesque small town of Skaneateles, Cash and I stroll hand in hand. My heart flutters with anticipation, knowing that tonight is not just an ordinary hangout, but an actual date. A chance to reconnect and perhaps mend the cracks in our relationship. Cash surprises me with a gentle kiss on my temple, making me feel comfortable and safe. I lay my head against him. In response, he switches the hand that is holding mine and wraps his arm around my waist. We continue this way until we stumble upon an old carousel, its colorful horses frozen in time. Without hesitation, Cash pulls me towards the carousel, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Let's take a ride," he says, his voice filled with excitement. I hesitate for a moment, but the playful tone in Cash's voice pushes away my reservations. I nod, a smile spreading across my face. Cash pays the attendant, and a moment later, I step onto the carousel, feeling the reassuring protection of his arm encircling my waist. The carousel jerks to life. Its music plays a nostalgic tune that whisks us away to a simpler time. We're spinning and laughing, creating a joyful echo that erases old wounds for a moment. When the ride comes to a gentle stop, we find ourselves face to face. Eyes locked, all doubts vanish. In its place is a profound sense of possibility. "Do you want to keep walking?" Cash asks, his voice husky with anticipation. I smile and nod. We walk with our fingers intertwined and find ourselves in a small park, surrounded by twinkling fairy lights draped over trees. In the distance, I hear the faint music of the carousel playing. Sounds like someone else is enjoying a ride. Cash pulls me in, our bodies fitting just right as we sway to the sound of the far-off tune. The world seems to fade away, leaving just the two of us in our own romantic bubble. A sense of hope hovers just within reach, yet neither of us is willing or able to have it come crashing down by asking for clarity. It's simpler to gamble on and enjoy being in the moment.
Chapter 12. Cash. When we get back to Naomi's apartment, my heart is racing thinking about the last time we slept together back in high school. So much time has passed between that last time, but the way Naomi has been looking at me all night has me thinking that I could fall for her again. She unlocks the door and nervously turns to face me. I brush a stray strand of hair behind her ear and give a smile. "Come in?" she asks, even though I know it's not a question as much as a formality. "Of course," I say, running my hand along her lower back. Her skin is warm and smooth beneath my touch, and I have to swallow the sound that tries to escape my throat. She closes the door behind us and drops her keys in a bowl by the door. Her apartment is every bit of her personality bundled into one space. The navy blue couch and white pillows are the first thing I notice when I walk in. "Do you want a beer?" she asks. "Please," I say with a smile. "This girl is going to be the death of me." I sit down on the plush couch as she disappears into the kitchen. She comes back with 2 beers and sits next to me. I take a drink, trying to keep my mind off how quickly I've fallen for her, but I can't stop staring at her mouth. The decision is made before I have a chance to think about it, and I take both of our beers and set them on the table. Naomi looks at me questioningly, and I watch as her chest begins rising and falling quickly. I lean over to her and reach my hand out to hold her face. "I'm going to kiss you," I say huskily, wanting to do more than just kiss. "Okay," she responds. Her voice sounds breathy and it sends a jolt straight to my manhood. "I need you," I murmur, my voice heavy with desire. My hands find their way into her hair, pulling her closer, promising much more than just a kiss. She nods in answer, the fear in her eyes replaced by a deep longing that mirrors mine. It's been years, but this moment feels like home. The two of us are now in our own world, captured by the intensity of our feelings. I bring my face to hers slowly and press my lips to hers. The kiss is slow at first, a mere brushing of lips that sends a thrill through me. My hands tighten in her hair as I feel her response, her lips parting under mine with a soft sigh. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixa Vaughn audiobook is available at vixavaughnromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vixa Vaughn. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 13. Naomi. The diner smells of coffee and frying bacon, as always. Before my leave of absence, I occasionally came in on a Saturday or Sunday, meeting Ashley. I'd be at the school too early on weekdays. When my mom got sick, I'd get it to go if anything. It feels like forever since I have been here now. Cash has a wide smile as he surveys the diner. Its interior seemed dated back when we were in high school, the last time he probably ate here. It hasn't changed since then, with its checkerboard tile floor, plush faux leather booths, and shiny chrome stools along the counter. A few regulars nod our way, offering sad smiles to me with my mother's passing. Some of them might have been regulars since before Cash even left. I see a couple whispers and wide eyes at the return of a town celebrity of sorts. Given the night we had, I start to wonder if those whispers are more about that than just him. But no. Nobody but us know we slept together. Cash takes a deep breath of that familiar diner scent and lets out a satisfied sigh, flashing a cocksure grin. "Now this place takes me back," Cash says. "I hope the chicken fried steak is as good as I remember." I didn't know. After he left, I never ordered his favorite meal here. The thought of it always reminded me of him and his absence. Though it wasn't ever something I ordered before he left, so guess that wasn't much of a change. His trip down nostalgia lane continues as we find an open booth and sit. He bounces on the bench seat and fiddles with the sugar packet display, that wide smile on his face. It is another reminder of how he left, how things I take for granted here are full of wonder, reminding him of the old days. Of course, him being here at all does the same to me. His return has me thinking back to those old days, and that goes double after last night. How can I not after sleeping with the man I gave my virginity to all those years ago? Cash's excited eyes scan the menu as my own nostalgia trip continues. Last night was different. Of course it was. We are both a decade older, hopefully wiser, though I'm questioning my choices at the moment. I never would have slept with him back then if I knew he was going to leave. Naive, I know, but I truly thought we were together forever back then. At least some of the wisdom I gained over the last decade came into play this time. I know he's leaving again. I might be myself. We are as casual as the diner. "So, what are you getting?" Cash asks, eyeing me over the menu. "I'm thinking of an omelet with crispy bacon," I reply. "Yep. Casual. I can do casual, right?" A waitress in her pastel blue uniform, another part of the diner that has not changed since I could remember, approaches a few moments later. She's middle-aged with bottle blonde hair, tied back, and bright red lips. They curl into a welcoming smile, and she beams at Cash. "Now, I haven't seen you here in years, young man," she says before holding up her coffee pot. "What can I get you to?" We make our orders. She fills our mugs and hurries away to the window to the kitchen on the far side of the counter. Cash glances around the diner again with that nostalgic smile. It brightens when he meets my eyes. "This place hasn't changed at all," he says. "It is like it is stuck in amber or something." "Bloomfield hasn't changed much, really," I reply. "That's kind of how small towns are." "Oh, a lot has changed. There's an Arby's out by the freeway exit." Cash points in that direction, though it is a mile away. That place opened less than a year after Cash left. It might be new to him, but not to Bloomfield. And is a new fast food place anything to crow about anyway? I don't think so. But I keep my thoughts to myself. I don't want to ruin anything or overthink it, though I know for a certainty I'm guilty of the latter. Always. Our food comes quickly, and Cash looks delighted with a big plate of chicken fried steak and hash browns in front of him, both slathered in gravy. Just like when we were in high school, He dumps multiple pepper packets over it. It is almost like nothing has changed. I reach for the hot sauce bottle, like always, and our fingers meet around its neck. "Sorry, after you," he says, withdrawing his hand and holding it up. "Since when do you use hot sauce?" I ask. "I remember when you were almost afraid to kiss me after I added it to my food." "Afraid? Hardly." He barks a laugh in false bravado and shakes his head. "I didn't like the taste back then, but I do now." He accepts the bottle after I give my omelet a few dashes of it. His extra peppered gravy gets a few dollops of the bright red sauce before he sets it aside. I can't help but watch transfixed as he swirls it into the gravy, then eats a bite. "Well, that sure changed," I say, looking at my own plate. We eat for a while, mostly silent in a companionable, not awkward way. It is just like the old days, except we are a decade older, and Cash found he likes hot sauce now. As welcome as that change is, he was such a baby about spice back then. It puts an exclamation point on how things are different now. That reminder keeps me grounded. Cash hurt me back then only because I let him. He wants things casual now, and I agree. If I'd let myself think the same back then, him leaving the way he did wouldn't have hurt me so badly. Sure, I'd have missed him a lot, but that sting would have faded faster. "Something wrong with your eggs?" Cash asks. His voice is hesitant, and that wistful smile falls into a frown. Or is that just a symptom for something else? "You never used to be this observant," I say, stabbing the remains of my omelet with a fork. "I was a teenage boy." "You're a teacher. Have you ever known teenage boys to all that observant?" He chuckles and cringes back. "I'd like to think I've matured since then." "I'd like to think that too." I let out a mock sigh, implying the opposite. "Ha ha ha ha." Cash cuts a chunk from his steak and pops it in his mouth. His lips fall into a frown as he chews. He keeps glancing up at me, eyes narrowing. He really has gotten more observant. That companionable silence we've been cruising in veers into the awkward lane. I'd ask what I did wrong, but the last time I did that, you said something about how I should already know. Cash lets out a light laugh, as unsure as the silence. "Yeah, well, I was a teenage girl back then. Let me tell you, they are no picnic either," I reply. Perhaps a pair of mature adults can talk about things instead of around them. I hold back on questioning his maturity, though the joke is right there in the barrel. He's right. We are adults now. For all the nostalgia seeing him brings up in me, a lot has changed for both of us over the last decade. Why shouldn't we talk things out? Seeing you again, especially right now when I'm dealing with everything with my mom's house and stuff, well, it has me thinking back to the old days, I say, pausing to sip my coffee, not out of thirst, but a desire to delay. There's a lot of pain in the past, in our past. Cash reaches out to take my hand only to hold back, inches from it. He chews on his lips, his brows furrow as he searches for his words. That hand retreats, resting on the table beside his nearly empty plate. "It hurt so much when you left." "So much," I say, watching his hand twitch. I can't look him in the eyes. In a way, last night was kind of like starting up right where we left off. I know we are keeping it casual and everything, but a part of me can't forget that old pain. He's silent for a long moment. Seconds tick by while he worries at his lip. I know he's searching for his words. Maybe he can find a few to fix everything. That is what I hope, at least. "You know, I first tried hot sauce during a preseason road trip my rookie year in the league. We were in a diner a lot like this," he says, waving at the old school interior. I'd always dreamed of playing in the league, getting on the ice professionally. Seeing the hot sauce reminded me of you, of the people and place I left behind. I know it is stupid. I was still a dumb teenage boy at the time, though not for long, age-wise at least. Putting a little on my fries made me think of you. Still does. So the burn is your penance or something? No. Nostalgia gave way to actually liking the stuff, he replies, picking up the hot sauce bottle. I really was just a dumb kid back then. I can't imagine anything would have kept me from pursuing my dream. There is only one thing. No, one person. I regretted leaving when I did. His eyes meet mine, unwavering. He's talking about me, of course. If he said it yesterday, I might not have believed him, but I realize the trust I once had in him, that I thought lost forever, has returned. Would it shatter again just as easily as when he left?
Chapter 14. Cash. After breakfast, we head back to Naomi's mother's house. I don't know what to say to her. I knew that I hurt her by leaving all those years ago, but not how much. Even then, when I was a dumb teenage boy, I never wanted to hurt her. Seeing that pain now stabs at me. All I want to do is make things right, but I do not know how. Not at all. Jeff's truck is already in the driveway when we arrive. He's standing on the porch holding a selection of paint swatches in his hand, moving them over the railing. Our eyes meet, and his lips curve into a slight frown. "You two sure took your time getting here," he says after a quick hello. "And just in time. I need opinions on paint colors for the porch." At the newly installed steps Jeff and I put in, I stand aside and let Naomi go first. This earns an eye roll from her brother. She said earlier that I hadn't been very observant back when we were all in high school. Jeff might have been an exception to unobservant teenage boys. He realized my interest in his sister back then, well before I admitted it to him or her. "What are the options?" Naomi asks, stepping close to her brother and glancing at the swatches in his hand. "We basically have two. We can go with something neutral, a light tone that can easily be painted over in the future if anyone wants to," Jeff says, holding up a swatch of pastel blue, almost white. "The paint expert at the hardware store offered this tone, but it is boring. His other suggestion was Tahitian teal." Jeff waves a vivid blue swatch. "This will complement the color of the house better and offer a striking look, according to that expert." Naomi takes both swatches and sets them against the railing in turn. She moves to the house and sets them against the siding, frowning as she switches them back and forth. "What do you think?" Naomi asks. I have no opinion about paint swatches at all. Happy as I am to help her and her brother deal with the house and its issues, I have no clue which paint color is better for the porch, even with both of them looking at me expecting an answer. Finally, Jeff shakes his head and offers his. "I say we go bright. It looks better, and remember old Mrs. Nyland down the street and how mad she got when her neighbor painted their house that yellow." Jeff chuckles at the thought. Imagine what she'd think of this. "She died 5 years ago," Naomi replies, head shaking. "Spiting a long-dead neighbor is not a good enough reason to paint the porch electric blue. Now, the light tone might not make a statement, but like your expert said, it will be easy for someone to paint over, so that means it will make it sell better. I vote boring." "Of course, you vote boring." Jeff huffs, crossing his arms as the siblings stand off. Then he glances my way and smiles. "We need a tiebreaker, then. How about it, Cash? Boring or vivid?" Now both of them turn to watch me, waiting for my decision. I still have no clue. In truth, it hardly matters, at least to me. To Naomi and Jeff, it is close to igniting a sibling rivalry. I can't go against her pouting frown, though. "I think Naomi is right," I say. She whoops and does a little victory dance. Jeff glares at me over his frown and lets out a long sigh. The dance caps off with a finger wag from Naomi in her brother's face, only deepening his frown. "With that settled, I'm going to the den to pack up some more of Mom's books," Naomi says. She heads toward the door only to look back and catch my eyes before stepping through it. I'm grinning when she disappears inside. That lasts until I notice Jeff's frown is aimed at me now. "This is like 11th grade all over again," Jeff says. "You are mooning over my sister just like you did back then." "What?" "I'm not mooning over anything," I reply, earning a raised eyebrow. And that is exactly what you would have said back then if I called you out on it, he says, head tilting. You know, I think you might have said those exact words. Yeah, like you were using the word mooning back then. My head shakes. More like, do you like my sister? I'd pitched my voice up, mocking him. He takes a swipe at me, but I shift back and he misses. If we were doing this back in the day, it would have turned into a chase of some sort, until he made contact or we ended up roughhousing and wrestling until someone came out on top. A decade on, he just shakes his head and looks to the door. You better not hurt her again, he says. That's the last thing I want to do, I reply. It is the truth. I know I hurt her before when I left. For all our talk of keeping it casual, I also knew my feelings now are anything but. Despite how much I don't want to hurt her, the chances are still high. I don't like thinking of the future, putting too much hope into it because it is so uncertain. My life is in Syracuse, not here, where hers is, or at least was. And with her mother's death, it is the worst time in the world to spring my true feelings on her. She needs space and time to grieve. I want to be here for her, but is that out of a genuine desire or just my own selfish reasons? That I'm drawing a blank on that tells me I should keep my feelings to myself. Jeff gives my arm a light punch, head shaking. He holds up the boring paint swatch and steps toward the stairs to the driveway. I'm going to go get some of this blasé paint from the hardware store, he says. You can come with or help my sister and we can paint the porch this afternoon, but remember I'm coming right back. No time for any funny business. He's off a moment later, and I stare down the street as his truck turns a few blocks away. As much as I want to rush inside and spend more time with Naomi, even if all we do is pack her mother's books up, I don't move for a long time. I know the timing is horrible, and I said I wanted to keep things casual, but there is nothing casual about how I feel. Part of my wish is I never left, but even if I wasn't a foolish teenager back then, could I have said no to pursuing my dreams on the ice? No, I should have tried to take Naomi with me or come back for her the second my first season ended. Regret is a wasted emotion in so many ways. I'm a hockey player, not a mad scientist with a time machine. I can't go back and right my own wrongs. I can only change the present for the benefit of the future. Knowing that I'm still rooted on the spot, is there even a possibility of a future between us? I felt so much hope this morning in the diner when she opened up, but the timing still sucks. She's grieving her mom. If I rush up the stairs and ask her to move to Syracuse with me, is she in the right headspace to make a decision like that? Leaving her here in Bloomfield will hurt if it comes to that. But I can't imagine the depth of pain I'd be in if I convinced her to come with me, only for her to realize soon after she made a mistake leaping into something while she still grieved. There has to be a solution, I whisper to myself, turning toward the door but not moving. There has to be a way. Well, if there is, I don't know it yet. Standing out here moping isn't going to help me find it either. In the end, there is only one thing I can do right now. I finally move, approaching the door. Naomi is on her knees packing, closing a cardboard box brimming with books. She tapes the top closed and writes goodwill on the top with a felt-tipped marker before smiling up at me. Perfect timing, she says, patting the box. I'm in need of a big athletic man, maybe a professional hockey player, to carry this box to the front room with the rest. Did Jeff go off and get the paint? Yeah, he just left after blabbing about me siding with you, I reply. Of course you sided with me, I was right, wasn't I? One of her brows raises, waiting for my answer. Oh, of course. My hands go up in surrender, earning a giggle before she pushes the box an inch my way. The box is heavy. It is full of books, but I carry it easily. At the door, I glance back and find Naomi watching me. She quickly looks toward the pile of books beside her, and I continue to the stairs. Yeah, I can't worry about the future right now as much as I want to declare my feelings and beg her to come with me when I have to go back to Syracuse. What I can do is be with her now and help her with the house. She needs time to grieve, and I'm going to give it to her, even if that means I lose my chance in the future. It is the right thing to do, even if it hurts. That doesn't mean we can't enjoy each other while I'm still here. We've moved aside the awkwardness and are keeping it casual. I can do that for now. I set the box down with the others in the front room and hurry back to Naomi, taking the stairs 3 at a time.
Chapter 15. Naomi. Cash follows me upstairs with boxes and sets them down on the corner. He walks up to me and pulls me into his arms, pressing a kiss to my lips. My breath catches as he slides his hands around my bottom and lifts me off the ground so I can wrap my legs around him. He presses my back against the wall, and I feel him harden against me as the kiss deepens. We're both filling the space with sounds of our moaning and panting. "Here?" I manage to ask in between kisses. "I don't want to wait," he replies huskily, slipping his hands between us to unbutton my pants. He places me on my feet as he slips his hand down the front, and I moan as his fingers brush along my bean. "Cash!" I moan, rocking against his hand. "Say it." He groans against my neck, making me buck harder. "I want you." His husky voice commands my attention as he repeats, "Say it again." There's a tremor in his voice that vibrates against my skin, electrifying the moment. "I want you," I repeat louder, the words echoing across the room. The affirmation of our shared desire drowns out all other thoughts, and the world outside this room ceases to exist. Without another word, Cash walks me back till the backs of my knees hit the edge of the bed. He gently pushes me down onto the plush mattress, my heart pounding in anticipation. His gaze is intense as he undresses me slowly, savoring every revealed inch of me. His fingertips trail along my bare skin, tracing familiar paths that ignite a slow burn within me. His lips follow suit, pressing soft, warm kisses down my chest as he continues his exploration. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
Chapter 16. Cash, walking with Naomi and Jeff through their mother's house before the realtor comes for a consultation. I'm amazed at the work we got done. All the little bits of maintenance and repair that piled up through the years have all been taken care of, from repainting inside and out and replacing the front steps. There is an odd feeling in the emptiness of each room. Before coming back after their mother passed, I had not been in the house since I joined the League, but I have so many memories from that time. The furniture and other things hardly come to the forefront in those memories. They focus on the people, especially on Naomi, but without the things, the house rings hollow. Naomi frowns as we head up the stairs and pass through her old room. She has so many more memories from this place. Of course, it would hit her harder than it hit me. I want to take that frown away, but this is a part of her mourning. Nobody can fix that. They just have to let it pass. "Can't believe we got everything out of here," Jeff says when we pass by his mother's room. "I did most of the packing." "I can believe it," Naomi replies. "Not that you guys didn't contribute. The steps look great, and I'd probably still be moving boxes out without you two handling the heavy ones. It is so weird seeing the place empty, though. Can't believe it is almost over." Almost over? The words hit me oddly. I came back to help them get the house ready for sale. With the realtor inbound, nothing left inside, and no more repairs needed. My reason for being here is almost over. Falling for Naomi all over again hadn't been my plan, but it happened all the same. I don't want to just go back to Syracuse and leave her behind all over again. No. I need to show her how I feel. The doorbell rings, jerking me from my thoughts. I follow Naomi and Jeff downstairs and to the door. A woman in a dark red pantsuit stands on the other side. Even after only being back for a couple weeks, I've seen her in that same blazer with a smiling face on several local real estate ads. After a quick and enthusiastic greeting, that saleswoman's smile falls into a sympathetic frown, equally manufactured. "I was so sad to hear of your mother's passing," she says. In my line of work, I often deal with properties of the recently deceased. I know the number of memories that can be attached to them can be significant for those they leave behind, but you will always carry those memories with you. You can let me deal with the hassle of selling the property, though it looks like you've put in a lot of work. Jeff explained the repairs we finished, starting with the front steps and painting them along with the porch. I stayed in the background when they greeted the real estate agent, but her eyes widen when she looks my way after Jeff mentions my contribution. "Are you interested in moving back to Bloomfield?" she asks me. "No, I am not," I reply, head shaking. The question doesn't surprise me. She is a saleswoman, and once she recognized me, she knew I had money. A good real estate agent is always after her share of the sale, and a man like me can afford a big purchase. "Well, if you ever change your mind, you know who to call," the agent says, slipping a business card into my hand. "So let's check out the rest of the house, yes?" She starts after Jeff a moment later. Naomi watches me for a moment, that frown still on her face before turning to follow them. I go too, so distracted by her expression, I hardly hear them talking with the real estate agent. Maybe she's feeling the same about being done with the house as I am, dreading the moment when I return to Syracuse, leaving her all over again. Does she blame me for it? We both know I came here to help get the house ready to sell, that I would go back home after. Whatever reason I came back for doesn't matter, given what has happened. I can't move back to Bloomfield, but I've fallen for Naomi all over again. I can't just up and leave her either. Not all over again, and after what she's been through with her mother's illness and death. Deep in my thoughts, I trail behind Naomi, Jeff, and the real estate agent through the first floor of the house. The woman gushes over every room, offering her best staging ideas for each of them to ensure a high price and a quick sale. They head toward the stairs, but I stop, snatching Naomi's wrist. She turns back to me with that damn frown. "You guys have this handled. I'm going to run," I say, and her jaw falls. "I'll be right back. Just something I need to take care of." "Oh," she relaxes and offers a nod. "I thought you were... well, you know, hurry back." She thought I was leaving for good again. That only confirms the idea in my head. I need to show her my feelings. Telling isn't enough, not after everything we have been through. I flash a smile and wave goodbye before hurrying to my car. If this had not been an impulsive idea, I'd have gone out of town to find a better selection. Instead, I headed to Bloomfield's only jewelry store, taking up a corner suite on Main Street. To be honest, I haven't done much shopping in jewelry stores. A lot of players in the league wear bling. You pay a lot of money to a young dude who didn't grow up with much and they want to show it off. That just isn't for me. I've never shopped for an engagement ring at all, so stepping into the store, I have no idea what to even look for. "Can I help you, sir?" asks the man behind the counter. He's an older man, tall with graying hair and a precise mustache. An immaculate black pinstriped suit drapes his thin frame. He flashes a slight smile and moves closer, remaining behind the display cases that surround the space. "I'm looking for an engagement ring," I reply. "Very good." He motions to a display close to the window and continues to it. "I have to ask about your price range. Traditional wedding etiquette suggests a budget of 3 months' salary." I bark a laugh, earning a frown from the stuffy salesman. While hardly the league's best-paid player, I earn above average. I doubt the lone jewelry store in a town as small as Bloomfield will have a ring worth 6 figures. If Naomi wants a more expensive ring, she'll get one later. What am I saying? She hasn't said yes yet. I haven't even popped the question. Heck, before an hour ago, I hadn't even thought to ask her. We were supposed to keep things casual this time. I did not plan on falling in love with her all over again. It took the realization that my time here with her is about to end for me to even consider this. "I recognize second thoughts when I see them, young man," the salesman says, head shaking. "Perhaps now is not the time to make this decision." "No, it has to be now. I don't think I'll get another chance," I reply. "Why don't we start at the higher end of the spectrum?" "Of course, sir." The man nods and opens the back of the case, pulling a display of rings and setting them on the glass top. Does the lady have a preference for the gemstone and cut? Diamond is, of course, the most traditional, but if she has a preferred stone, that might be the best choice. I have no clue whatsoever. As far as I remember, we never talked about marriage or engagement rings back in high school. In the last couple weeks, the topic never came up either. This whole idea is presumptuous. I have no idea if she will even say yes. Hell, I have no idea how or when I'm going to do it. No. It doesn't matter if it took realizing our time together is coming to an end again for me to get off my butt and show her exactly how I feel. Even if she says no, that is no reason not to try. It would hurt like hell for a long time, but knowing would at least offer closure. The thought of just leaving again, stepping out of her life like I did back in the day, stings worse than even that of rejection. But she will not say no. She feels the same way I do. At least I hope. No. I know she feels the same. Honestly, I'm not sure what kind of stones and cuts she likes. Why don't we stick with diamonds and look at a few? I say, waving at the display he pulled from the case. Of course, sir. He gives a nod. 3 stone rings are popular at the moment. Kind of retro, though, with a more stylish, modern cut. Over the next several minutes, he gives me a crash course on engagement ring styles for all the good it does. I try to picture Naomi's reaction to each one, or think of it on her finger. She's happy in all my fantasies, offering no help at all. In the end, I choose one of those 3 diamond rings he called trendy. If Naomi wants a different one, she only has to ask. But she has to say yes first. Back in my car, the ring box in my pants pocket presses against my thigh, a constant reminder of the purchase and my decision to propose. Now, if only I can find the right time to do it.
Chapter 17. Naomi. My phone buzzes soon after Cash left unexpectedly. I pause on the stairs and check the message. It is an email from one of the schools I applied to teach at. It takes me a few seconds to realize this. Between dealing with clearing out my mom's house and Cash, I almost completely forgot about those applications I sent out. The subject of the email is interview request. I tap it, stomach filled with excited butterflies. It is from the school in Chicago, but they want to start with an interview through Zoom, so I can do it from home and not leave, not yet. Chicago is so far away, though. My thoughts immediately shoot to Cash. Things between us have been going so well, but if I take a job 1,000 miles away in Chicago, that will end. He is based in Syracuse with his team. Things are about to end anyway. He came back to help us with the house, at least that is what he said. It only hit me earlier today that with the house going on the market soon, I'm the only thing keeping him here. I wasn't enough to stop him from leaving last time. Now, I'm considering doing the same. If Cash never came back after the viewing, I'd be over the moon right now at the thought of leaving, the potential of moving to Chicago, and starting work at a new school. I wanted that fresh start in a new place, away from the small town that holds only echoes of memories for me now. An initial interview is no guarantee I am getting the job, not at all. There might be hundreds of applicants and dozens given Zoom interviews. Talking myself down like this never works. I shake my head at my own attempt and hurry back up the stairs to find Jeff and the real estate agent. I find them in my mom's room, or her former room. Stripped bare of every bit of furniture and decoration, I see little of the woman in its empty space. This house should get a lot of interest on the market, the woman says. I can think of a couple potential buyers right now. That's good to hear, Jeff replies. We'll let you know what we decide. We walk her back down to the front door and say our goodbyes. Jeff frowns, glancing behind me, then out front where Cash's car is gone. Where'd he go? He asks. Not sure. I shrug. He said he'd be back soon. No idea what kind of errand he had to run. Can you tell him I went to Ashley's bar? I want to talk to her about something. I guess, he replies, frowning. You could talk to your big brother, you know. Not with this. I could, but he's more likely to tell Cash than Ashley. If something comes of the interview, I need to tell him myself. It is girls' stuff. That works. He holds up his hands, then motions toward the door. After a quick goodbye, I head out. Away from the house where I spent so much time with Cash these last couple of weeks, my excitement grows. As much as I love getting back together with him, the thought of leaving Bloomfield and finding a fresh start is so dang appealing. Maybe I should focus on myself for what seems like the first time in my life. Ashley is in the back when I step into her bar. Seeing me, the bartender goes to find her. She's pushing through the doors to the kitchen by the time I sit on one of the stools. Still not day drinking, I say, and she shakes her head. You work in a bar as long as I have, and you get a sort of intuition. You're not here to drink. You look like you need advice, she replies. I should charge by the hour like a fancy shrink. I'd gladly pay, depending on how much my insurance covered it. I chuckle. So, is this about Cash? The person, not money. Sort of, I reply. We've gotten close in the last week or so. Said it was casual at the start, though I don't think either of us actually believe that. It's all well and good, but I just got an email from one of those jobs I applied to. They want to interview me. By Zoom first, but the job is in Chicago. Ashley nods. There is a tightness to her smile when she congratulates me for the interview. Not sure if that comes from the thought of me leaving or of her still stuck in this town. Don't want to ask either, so I'll likely never know. Figured you'd get back together with him while he was in town. Ashley flashes a smirk with one brow raised. You better come back and visit when classes get out. I want to hear everything about Chicago. Carts before horses, right? Or was it don't count your chickens before they hatch? I've got a Zoom interview, that's all, I say. Don't even know if I'm taking the job if it was offered. Things are going well with Cash. I've forgiven him for leaving, and now I'm thinking of doing the same thing to him now that he's back. Is he really back, though? He's not planning on staying here. You don't want to stay here. Ashley's head shook slowly. His job is in Syracuse. Sure, that's closer than Chicago, but still not here. I thought he came just to finish cleaning out and fixing your mom's house. How long will he stick around? All the work around the house is done now. If Cash and I hadn't reconnected the way we had, he'd be on his way back to Syracuse and his life there. Sure, I can consider him staying for me for however long he remains after we list the house, but it won't be forever. What would I do once he left for Syracuse? Stay stuck here like a mosquito in amber, unchanged as the world around me moves on? At the very least, you should take the interview. If they do a round two, maybe it will be in Chicago. Ashley turns to the bottles along the wall behind her. She snatches one from the bottom shelf near the corner. It is covered in dust, though it is full and unopened. We should celebrate with a shot of Chicago's finest liqueur. Malort. I'm taking the interview. That's a no-brainer. What happens if they offer me the job? That's what's keeping me here hoping for some sage bartender advice from my BFF. I hold my hand out, pushing the bottle away. Still not interested in day drinking, and that goes double for whatever Malort is. Ashley doesn't listen. She twists off the top and pulls out 2 shot glasses. After sniffing the contents, her head gives a reflexive shake. Still, she pours shots of the stuff and pushes one in front of me. Before I could refuse it again, the door opens. Cash pokes his head through, eyes narrow. He beams a smile when he finds me and starts over. With a dark chuckle, Ashley slides the glass she poured beside mine, grabbing a third, which she pours only a tiny amount of Malort into. Your brother said I could find you here, Cash says, taking the stool next to mine and leaning close, pressing our shoulders together. Hope I'm not interrupting the girl talk. He almost insisted I stay away. He frowns at the glasses in front of us, deeper when Ashley held hers up as if to toast. I have to tell him about the interview. Ashley wouldn't intentionally spill the beans, but she sometimes speaks without giving it much thought. We were just toasting, I say, sucking in a breath. I got an interview for one of the jobs I applied for. Just a Zoom interview to start. A new job? Cash nods, staring at the shot before picking it up. Where would you be teaching? His question hangs in the air. There is a horrible little part of me that revels in what I'm about to say. That bit that sucked in all the pain and anger I felt when he left wants nothing more than to do the same to him. He left me once. Now I might be leaving. The rest of me hates the pain and anguish I'll cause him if I do get the position. The school is in Chicago, I reply. Chicago. He repeats the word in an almost groan, and his eyes fall to the drink again. Cash holds his drink up and slams his head back, downing the whole thing. His head jerks a couple of times and he sputters, with his face pinched in like he just drank straight lemon juice. That made me want to push the glass away, but even a foul-tasting liquor would dull the secondhand pain I would have loved seeing just 2 weeks ago. I downed my own glass and joined Cash in sputtering. Who would drink this crap? I said, once I recovered enough to speak. Chicagoans. At least enough of them to make distilling it worth the effort, Ashley answers, sipping her tiny amount before dumping the rest. Maybe that's a sign you shouldn't go, Cash adds. I'm sure they have more to drink there than this bitter abomination, I say, glaring at the glass as if the taste is its fault. Who knows, maybe they won't want to go forward after the Zoom interview. Do I want that to happen? There is something to be said about taking the ultimate decision for me. It saves me from making it myself and the potential consequences. I know Cash doesn't want me to take it, no matter the fact he didn't try and talk me out of it. He didn't say much at the bar after. I spend the night preparing for my Zoom interview in the morning. The team on the other end didn't even leave me in suspense. They ask for an in-person second interview, including airfare and accommodations, 2 at the end of our call.
Chapter 18. Cash. After Naomi leaves Ashley's bar to prepare for her interview in the morning, I stay put and order another drink, and not the foul stuff they toasted with. Ashley eyes me, then goes into the back, leaving me alone without saying a word. I more than accept the disdain in her eyes. She's been here for Naomi after I left to join the league. She's probably heard every complaint and insult Naomi had for me in my absence. But it isn't me leaving this time, no. Now that I have Naomi back, she's the one running. The ring box presses against my thigh, reminding me it is there, and how excited I was when I first slipped it into my pocket. Sure, I didn't know when I would pop the question, but just buying the ring made my day, and that of the stuffy salesman at the jewelry store. Now it pokes me, telling me it is too little and far too late. Maybe things would have been better off now if I just stayed in Syracuse after coming back from the viewing. Sure, I'd probably be wondering about Naomi right now when practice didn't keep me busy, but by reconnecting with her, I only got my hopes up, so when they get smashed down, it hurts so much more than those idle wonderings would have. I find myself hoping she doesn't get the job, but then I shake my head and down my second drink. No, that is beyond selfish even to think. Yes, I don't want her to leave. I want her with me. That's why I bought the damn ring. Why I planned on proposing, but to hope she fails isn't right. The last sip of my second drink swirls around the glass as I stare at it. I don't know how long I stay like that, wondering what I should do while avoiding that last sip, because I'd order another drink after, and for all my uncertainty, I know that isn't the solution. A shadow crosses over me, and Jeff plops onto the stool his sister vacated when she left. Who knows how long ago? He motions to the bartender who pours him a beer before he says a word. Naomi told me you were at the bar. She figured you could use some company, he says, sipping his beer. Huh, you tell me she came here. I follow. Then she leaves and tells you to come here for me. I chuckle and finish the last bit of my drink. It is a nice little circuit, that. He frowns at me over his beer and sets it down, spinning to face me on his stool. Narrow eyes meet my own. "First she sounded a little sad on the phone, and now you look like somebody kicked your puppy," Jeff says, and those suspicious eyes sharpen dangerously. "What did you do?" No surprise he blames me, not after the pain I caused Naomi when I left. This time, though, I'm not the one who's leaving. This must feel just like I made her feel when I joined the league. "I don't think things are going to work out between us," I say. "Seriously!" Jeff sets his beer down hard enough to make a loud knocking sound against the bar. "You swoop into town again after all these years, get her hopes up again, and you're what? Just going to blow the place again? Not even a glance in the rear-view mirror?" I can't fault Jeff for taking his sister's side, especially since he doesn't know all the facts. She's family, and I'm just an old friend, one who had pretty much left this place and the people in it, including him and Naomi, behind since it was convenient for me. "Can't believe you'd use her like that," Jeff mutters before taking a swig from his beer. "Rich coming from you." I should leave well enough alone and not needle him, but the words spill out. "You found all sorts of little projects with the house, letting her deal with all of your mom's stuff. She was a wreck with some of it, you know. Didn't see you objecting when you were helping me with the stairs or the rooms we painted," Jeff shoots back, then stares down at his beer with a growing frown. "Maybe I did let her deal with the harder stuff. The work we did still needed to be done, and now that the house is going on the market, you can run off back to Syracuse, leaving Naomi all over again." I hold my tongue for as long as I can. I don't want Jeff's sympathy, even if I thought he'd offer any, which I did not. Seeing red, I finally let it all out, starting by slapping the ring box on the bar. Jeff stares at it for a long moment with a deeper and deeper frown. Finally, he opens it a fraction. His eyes go wide, matching the box opening. The triple stone engagement ring twinkles in the bar light. "Did she say no? Sorry, man." Jeff pats my back. "Seems a bit early, to be honest. You guys haven't seen each other in like a decade before a couple weeks ago. Did you really expect her to say yes so quickly?" "Never asked her. Never got a chance." I snap the ring box shut and slip it back into my pocket. I'm not the one who's leaving this time. "Did she tell you what she's doing right now?" "No, she just said you were at the bar and might want some company," Jeff answered, his nose scrunched. "Where is she?" "Her place. Getting ready for a Zoom interview in the morning," I say, motioning to the bartender. "It's time for that third drink." "She's in the running for a job in Chicago." "Chicago?" We sit in silence as the bartender pours a beer for me. She flashes a tip me, pleases smile, and pushes it in front of me. I sip and try to not think about Naomi and her potential Chicago job. After a few more minutes of silent drinking and contemplation, Jeff sets his glass down. "Good for her," he says. "She's wanted to leave this town for so long, but she got stuck here. Before Mom got sick, I knew she was itching to leave. Maybe I should have helped more with Mom, taken some of the load off her. But I just hated seeing Mom like that. Not that it is an excuse. Now she might just have her chance, and I say good for her." He finishes his beer and waves the bartender down for another. We fall into silence again. Maybe he is right. I should stand back and let her make her own decisions, not spring an impulsive one on her by proposing. Even thinking that has me pushing the other way. My fingers tap the ring box through my pants. Jeff glares at them and shakes his head. When we used to joke around and rag on each other back in high school, he had an expression that said I'd gone too far, and it was time to stop. That same flat-lipped, unamused look appears on his face at this moment. "Don't even think about it," he says, head shaking. I want to argue, to say he has no right to tell me what to do, not even in regard to his sister. All true, but I hold my tongue and wait for an explanation. It only takes another sip from his beer before I get one. "You propose now that she has this interview and you'll start everything on the wrong foot." Jeff's head shakes and he winces. "Let's say she accepts the proposal and turns down the job. Maybe you two move to Syracuse, maybe somewhere in between. It doesn't matter. A part of her will always wonder what if she had taken that job. Any time you two have an argument, she'll think about that what if even more. What if she turns me down? I don't want the answer, but I need it. Then she goes to Chicago and starts her new job, but I know my sister. In the back of her mind, she'll be wondering the opposite what if scenario, Jeff answers. How can she start a new chapter in her life if she's looking back and wondering if she made the right decision? She'd probably get over it and things would be fine in the end, but that's no guarantee. I think she deserves a chance for whatever she wants to get from a new job and new place. Neither of us should spoil that. You want what's best for her, right? I know I do. I want her. That I know. If I truly love her, and I do, I should want what is best for her, right? Can I claim I know what is best for her? Absolutely not. As much as I want to say she would be best off with me, I'm not that prone to narcissism. I need her to make that decision at her own pace, not force it on her with a proposal. Still, I'm keeping the ring. Call it optimism, but I'm hoping she picks me in the end. If no, when she does, I'm going to be ready. I left and let her go once. I don't plan on letting the same happen to me. Fine, I'll hold my tongue and let it play out, I say before waving the bartender down again. But you're buying the next round. You think I brought my wallet? What's the point of having famous hockey-playing friends if you don't reap the benefits? He downs the last bit of his beer and holds the glass up for the bartender. You are lucky I like your sister so much, I mutter and pull out my wallet.
Chapter 19. Naomi. Chicago is a breath of fresh air away from everything. I didn't realize how much I needed a break before heading to the airport for the flight. Standing at the bottom of the steps of the Field Museum, still in my most professional skirt suit that I wore for the interview this morning, I find myself wishing I had more time here before the flight back early tomorrow. Being away from Bloomfield for the first time in too long, my desire to find a new home elsewhere has only grown. I can't say if it is the change in scenery, the years of memories in that small town, many negative after my mother fell ill, or a combination that pushed me toward the realization that has me beaming a smile up at the neoclassical columns flanking the museum's main entrance. I take the steps up as quickly as I can in my pumps. There is no time to waste if I want to see as much as I plan to inside. Given it is one of the biggest natural history museums in the world, even if I had a week to explore it, I'd never see everything I wanted to. Oh, you have to see Sue, the head of the hiring committee said when I mentioned I planned to head to the museum at the end of the interview. The others all agreed. In the main hall, I stare up at the humongous fossilized skeleton of Sue the Tyrannosaurus Rex. You can read about something, process it on a theoretical level, but sometimes it takes seeing things to truly understand them. I always knew dinosaurs were big, but being dwarfed by Sue, it hits me at a different level. I am far from alone, marveling at the giant skeleton. A group of kids all in the same t-shirt huddle close to a few adults on the far side of the display. The idea of taking a class of kids to a museum this big is both exciting and terrifying. There is so much to see, but so many places to lose students along the way. Other groups stare up at the dinosaur, mostly pairs of adults alone or with their own kids. I can't help but think how I'm all alone here. As much as I look forward to exploring the museum, I'd like to share the experience with someone, with Cash. Thinking that, my mood falters. I haven't seen him since our talk in Ashley's bar. After my Zoom interview the next day, the hiring team wanted to interview me in person as soon as possible. I stayed away from my mom's house for the next couple of days, worried seeing Cash might change my mind about accepting the interview. I still don't know what I want. Before stepping into the room with the hiring team and shaking their hands, I thought if the interview went poorly, it would be a sign that this job wasn't meant for me, that maybe I should stick around and see what happens with Cash. Maybe the interview went so well because such thoughts took all the stress away from me. A shake of my head banishes such thoughts. I finally right my neck and take my eyes off Sue, As impressive as the skeleton is, I have more things to see, and I do until my growling stomach and aching feet take me away from the museum. With every exhibit, I wish I had someone with me to experience it with. Cash doesn't strike me as a museum person, outside the Hockey Hall of Fame, assuming there is a Hockey Hall of Fame. But he is who I picture with me as I move on to the next display. Those thoughts delight me at the start of my museum journey, but as my feet start getting sore and the afternoon slips into the evening, they leave me feeling sour. If I get the job here, I'd be leaving Cash, Bloomfield, and everything else behind. In all likelihood, I'll never share this place with him. I almost wish the interview didn't go as well as it did. Then the choice wouldn't be up to me at all, but out of my hands. If I get the job, I don't know if I will accept it or not, and I hate that. It makes me want to curse Cash for coming back at all. If he stayed away, I could enjoy this little trip without a second or third thought. Shaking such thoughts away, my growling stomach demands food. Without knowing if I'll be coming back, I want a true Chicago culinary experience to cap off my evening. After passing on what they call pizza here, a downside for sure, but nowhere near enough to make my ultimate decision. I consider their famous hot dogs, but again, look elsewhere. I finally settle on an Italian beef shop. It is crowded and loud, but with a line out the door, I know it will be good. When I finally get my sandwich and off my feet on a stool at the bar, I dig in and fall in love. It is a perfect sandwich, meaty, savory with a sour kick from the pickled vegetables garnishing it. My only thought as I devour it is I wish Cash was here to share it with me. Well, to have his own. Mine is already gone, and I have half a mind to take down another. There is nothing sexier than a beautiful woman with a healthy appetite, says a voice beside me when I wipe my fingers over my empty tray. The speaker who interrupted my thoughts is a young man, hardly 20, wearing a Cubs t-shirt and jeans. He flashes a wide smile and his eyebrows shoot high. Does that line actually work? I reply. I expect his bravado to falter, but he only chuckles before shrugging. 9 times out of 10, I get the same look you're giving me, he says, then holds up a single finger. But that 10th time? Well, the compliment keeps their interest long enough for a real chance to make something happen. That is surprisingly candid, or is that all part of your strategy? Strategy? You give me far too much credit, he replies, falling into another chuckle. Unless it is working. I shake my head. He shrugs and picks up his sandwich. Could his line have worked on me? I play out the what if in my head, and it all centers on Cash. If he didn't come back to Bloomfield when he did, I wouldn't be comparing my would-be suitor with the cheesy lines to him right now. What woman doesn't like being called beautiful? I very well might have entertained the line and the guy who tried it on me in that scenario. The thought has me laughing, and that would be suitor frowning at me before swallowing his bite. Happy to entertain you, he says with a nod. Sorry, just doing a lot of thinking is all, considering cause and effect and what ifs, I reply. What if? Like what that snazzy suit of yours would look like crumpled on my bedroom floor? He flashes that wide smile again. Really? Would your mom do my laundry for me after? I shoot back. He belts out a laugh and slaps his hand over his chest. In that alternate reality where Cash stayed away from Bloomfield after my mother's viewing, I think my new friend might have actually had a chance with me. Not a love connection or anything, but a little fun at the end of my trip, sure. Can't blame me for trying, can you? He says, forming a gun with his hand. You miss every shot you don't take, right? Well, better luck with whoever takes my seat, I reply before standing up. His words stay with me as I step out of the cramped restaurant and back onto the sidewalk. My feet got enough rest that I don't mind walking, and they aimlessly take me down the street as those words echo in my head. You miss every shot you don't take. I can't argue with the logic. If the goal is to hit the target, not shooting means you don't hit the target, so you missed. Stuck in my head as badly as the words are, I'm left with another question. What target am I gunning for? With the interview fresh in my mind, the job here comes to me first. If I get the call and take the job, I'd be taking my shot. The chance I've looked for ever since my life seemed stuck in Bloomfield. I don't want to miss that shot by not taking it. My other target looms large in my mind. Everything I've done in my only full day in Chicago, Cash has crept into my thoughts. I want to share the experiences I've had with him and find myself wondering how he'd react to it, how much more fun I'd be having if he were here with me. I only have a single bullet, but 2 targets, Cash or a fresh start. That question hangs in my mind as I walk. Those aimless steps take me toward the Willis Tower, which dominates the skyline reaching for the clouds. The view of the sunset from the observation deck is something I'll never forget. Staring into the horizon, it is like I can see forever. As the sky darkens, the city lights below twinkle. It is breathtaking. I know I'll be happy living in this city if I get the job, but at the same time, I wish Cash was here to watch with me. And that epitomizes my exact indecision. I want to hit both targets, not settle for one, but the world doesn't work like that. At some point, I'll have no choice but to make a decision.
Chapter 20. Cash. It has only been 4 days since I've talked to Naomi, but it sure feels a lot longer. Maybe that's due to the ring I purchased right before seeing her last, or the fact she's just gone and came back from Chicago for a job interview, so I couldn't have seen her if I wanted. I could have called, but there was just something in the tone of her voice that last time I saw her that kept me from doing so. I'm a coward, it seems. I know something is off. My chances are slipping through my fingers, but I don't want to face that reality. A future without her. Here I am sticking around Bloomfield far longer than I imagined when I first came back. Even after she leaves for her interview and comes back, but I can't find enough courage to call her. I'm acting like a child. If things have changed, if it all goes sour, avoiding her is not going to change that. I'll just be wallowing in these feelings for longer. It is time to rip off the bandage. I ignore my churning stomach and pick up my phone. My nervousness is buzzing as it rings. I fight the urge to hang up, as if that would help. She would see that I had called no matter what. "Hey," Naomi says in a near monotone. That tone has me wanting to hang up again, but I fight my cowardice. She might just be tired after her flight back yesterday. I know that isn't it, at least not the whole reason. I'm losing her, but for the life of me, I have no solution to fix it. Is this why I bought the ring? Have I been carrying around and occasionally staring at my last-ditch effort to fix everything that will do no good whatsoever? If you are up to it after your trip, I'd love to take you out to dinner, catch up on what happened and all that, I say, then finally stop myself from babbling. I could eat, she replies. Want to meet me at the diner? Not that I'm against the diner, but I'm up for something different. Never tried that Italian place off Main, I say. In a perfect world, I would present the ring and propose to her. After everything, and with her closed-off tone, I know that isn't in the cards, but the diner still seems like the wrong venue. Maybe I don't want to ruin the happy memories I have with her there, both in our high school days and the last few weeks. Sounds good. I'll meet you there at 7, she says before we say our goodbyes. Meet me there. She doesn't want to spend any more time with me than the meal requires. That, or she expects the meal to end poorly, so poorly the ride back to her apartment would be too awkward for her. These doom thoughts plague me the rest of the day as I'm counting the minutes until I see her. A half hour to 7, I find myself sitting on a bench outside the Italian restaurant trying to convince myself I'm imagining everything, or maybe misinterpreting those fatal signs I see for our relationship. There's nothing I hate more than a problem that can't be fixed. If only relationships were like the broken step out front of Naomi and Jeff's house. We found the problem, replaced the boards causing it, and everything works perfectly now. With Naomi, I can't even diagnose the issue, but I know what's coming. A few minutes before 7, she pulls onto the street. Her head bobs to her car stereo, a smile on her face. The moment she turns into a parking space in front of me, her lips fall flat and she stiffens, as if I need any more evidence of that issue I can't fix. "Hey," she says with a wave. I repeat her monosyllabic greeting when no other words come to me. She steps closer but keeps her distance. No hug, not even a one-arm one. We step into the restaurant in silence. The ring box in my blazer pocket wants to drag me down with its sudden weight, a reminder I don't need. I know the score, I've already lost. The restaurant is quaint, with a small dining area filled with tables topped in red checkerboard cloth. Paintings of the Italian countryside cover the walls. About half the tables are occupied and quiet music comes from the speakers in the corners. "So how was Chicago?" I ask after the waitress shows us to our table and hands over the menus. The trip was too short. I went to the Field Museum after my interview. I could have spent a week there and not seen half of the exhibits. Her words start hesitantly, as guarded as her hate greeting. But when she gets to the museum, her eyes light up. "You've been to Chicago traveling with the team, right? Have you gone to the Field Museum?" "Can't say I have. We don't exactly get much time on those trips before we are off to our next opponent," I reply. "When we do, going to a museum isn't exactly our top priority. Not much of a museum person myself." "No, I suppose not," she says. The excitement that bloomed on her face as she spoke of her time in the museum falls away, and it is all my fault. Not a museum person? It doesn't matter if it is true, it was absolutely the wrong answer. Worse, it highlights the gulf between us, which seems wider and wider by the moment. "Try any interesting food in Chicago?" I ask. "I know their hot dogs are pretty good if you like having as much pickle as hot dog. The one I got at the arena was pretty good." "No hot dogs, but I tried their Italian beef sandwich. Sloppy, but good. The place I got it was so crowded, so, they were doing something right." She's smiling again, thinking back. It almost hurts to see the difference between her reminiscing and how guarded and reserved she is with me now. We order our food. The talk turns small. Maybe she doesn't want to hurt me with more happy memories from her quick trip. She hasn't said a word about the interview. That means it went well. If it didn't, and she planned on staying here, she would have commiserated with me. At least I hoped. All through the meal, I feel the ring box in my pocket every time I move. There's a hopeful voice in my head, a naive and foolish voice that thinks it might be the key to fixing everything. I lost Naomi once when I left to pursue my career in hockey. Now, when she's about to do something similar to me, that foolish voice thinks tying her down is the solution. I ignore it, despite its insistence during our stilted dinner conversation. Finally, after our dinner plates are taken away and we wait for the dessert we ordered, I work up enough courage to outright ask her. Well, at least I ask her a question she's avoided, not everything I want to say. "So, you never said how the interview went," I say, the gulp before I can continue. "Bet you knocked it out of the park." She looks up at me with half a smile. Those lips press together and fall flat as I speak. I already know the answer, but even that doesn't prepare me for the sinking feeling. "It went fantastic. They offered me the position," she says, confirming everything. "I'm not surprised," I say, trying to sound excited for her. "Did you accept?" She nods, looking down and hiding her eyes. Are they full of unshed tears? Can she not look at the disappointment that must be all over my face? I'm grasping for straws, trying to find any evidence I can use to convince myself all is not lost, but it is pointless. The tiramisu we ordered to share as a dessert arrives. It tastes like ash in my mouth. Naomi hardly takes more than 2 bites. She stares at it, though, keeping her eyes from mine. That once hopeful voice in my head is desperate now, demanding I pull the ring box out and propose. I even admit there is a chance it could work. That scenario plays out in my head as I take another tasteless bite of the dessert. Maybe she says yes, and everything goes back to the way it has been. We stay together, happy as can be, but the honeymoon phase always ends. What happens then? Naomi has always been stuck here. She never had the opportunity I did in getting out. When I left the way I did, I took her choice in the matter out of her hands. If I give my desperate proposal pitch a chance now, I'm just doing the same. Even if she says yes, I'll be taking her opportunity to finally step out in the world beyond Bloomfield. How long will it take for her to regret that, and me for stopping her? As much as it hurts, I have to accept the end and try to be happy for her, even if I lose her forever. She deserves that. No. She deserves so much more, but that is all I can give her. After we part with a goodbye hug, she gets back into her car and heads home. I drop back onto the bench I sat at before dinner and fish the ring box out of my pocket, staring at it. I made the right choice, at least for Naomi, but can't help but wish I never came back to town. It would hurt a hell of a lot less if we never reconnected the way we did. No, at least I can cherish the time we had. That takes some of the bite out of the pain of rejection. Some.
Chapter 21. Naomi. After clearing out my mom's house over the last couple of weeks, it is odd to see my own apartment get close to that hollow, empty look. A pile of boxes filled and ready for the movers to take sit near the door. My current living room furniture consists of a folding chair opposite a TV tray with my laptop on it, currently playing music quietly. With my kitchen all packed up, my last meal in this town will be takeout, utensils included. The school year at my new job in Chicago doesn't start for a couple more months, but now that there is nothing keeping me here any longer, I plan on setting myself up in a new home as soon as possible. As exciting as that is, standing in my nearly all packed up apartment, I find myself realizing how much I'll miss this town, this place, despite how much I've always wanted to leave. I'm going to miss Cash too. I already do. He left town just this afternoon, after a farewell lunch at the diner. A frown hits me as the memories swell up. I'm not sure when everything changed between us, but it turned awkward after I returned from Chicago. That is a lie, the worst kind, the ones you tell yourself. I know exactly when and why things changed. The moment I knew I'd be moving to Chicago, I put a time limit on our relationship. He was so sad at our dinner the other day because he knew it as well as I did. Ironic that things ending this way, with me leaving instead of him, mirror the way things ended the first time. I can understand why he left originally. Sure, my new job is nowhere near as lucrative as professional hockey, but I'm leaving all the same. Cash was morose during our lunch just a few hours ago. He greeted me with a stiff hug, one he didn't seem to want to end, as if he could keep me from going by never letting go. I bet your team will be happy to have you back, I say after we slip into a booth. Yeah, the season is still a while off, but it is time to get more serious with practice, he replies, with eyes focused on his coffee as he adds some sugar. And I've already taken a couple weeks off. You helped a lot with the houses, getting it fixed up. The realtor already has some interest. I'll be seeing her at the house after I finish up the last of my packing. Happy to help with the house. Cash smiles, but it falters almost immediately. You did all the packing there too. Can't be easy to sift through all your mom's things, especially right after the funeral. I nod. It wasn't easy. If Cash hadn't come back when he did, I might have resented Jeff for leaving me to do all that and make the arrangements. I still had to do them all, but Cash made the times away from my mom's house much more tolerable. Our conversation dies soon after. We sit in silence waiting for our food. There are so many things left unsaid between us. Maybe we are both cowards, at least in this aspect. Finally leaving this town behind and starting a new chapter of my life certainly requires courage. But I leave so many things unsaid and wonder if Cash is doing the same or if that is just wishful thinking. As excited as I am to start my new chapter, there is a pull to Cash. I think back to when he left in the first place. Was there anything I could have said back then to keep him here? I don't think so. But that doesn't stop a part of me from wishing he'd try and keep me here now that it was me going away. Who am I kidding? He'd be gone back to his team in Syracuse before the season started anyway. Then I'd be left here again. No. As much as I want him to try and keep me close, I know I must fly. Our lunch ends too soon. We linger in the booth, neither wanting to leave things like this. but time waits for nobody. After goodbyes and a lingering hug, he's in his car and leaving town. Unshed tears fill my eyes as I watch him turn toward the freeway and disappear around a corner. More tears hit me when I finish the last of the packing in my apartment. I've spent my last night in this town I never could escape before now. Just a couple more goodbyes, and I'd leave it in my rear-view mirror, same as Cash did twice now. Jeff's truck is outside our mom's house. Well, it will have new owners soon enough. Our real estate agent's SUV is parked on the street. They wave from the front porch when I step out of my car. I climb the couple steps replaced by Jeff and Cash to reach them. "Your brother here says you are leaving town today," the agent says. "Glad I caught you with the good news before you did." "Good news?" I ask. "There are 2 buyers interested in the house. Really interested. With any luck, I'll get them into a little bidding war." Her smile would have fit a shark. "Can't promise anything, but I might be able to use that to get above asking." "That is good news. Moving to Chicago is not going to be cheap," I reply. "Nothing worthwhile ever is," she says with a giggle. "I will make sure to keep you 2 informed. I know Jeff is leaving too." We say our goodbyes and she heads off. Jeff and I watch her SUV drive down the street before either of us speak. "I'm sorry," Jeff says. "I left you to do all the heavy lifting dealing with this place." "I think the heavy lifting is what you and Cash helped with the most," I reply. "You know what I mean. You had to box up all her stuff, deal with the lifetime of memories inside, while I dealt with the maintenance and repair, even make up a few more jobs to keep me from having to deal with all that." He shakes his head. "Can't say it was all that fun going through everything, but I'm glad I did it." I nudge him. "And come to think of it, Cash did a lot more of the heavy lifting than you. He moved almost all of Mom's books down the stairs. He's back in Syracuse, I'm heading home soon, and you are off to Chicago." Jeff looks back toward the window into the empty living room where Mom used to sit. "She'd be proud you are moving on to something new and exciting. A whole new city. I guess you can say I'm proud too, as a big brother." "You are not even 2 years older than me." I give his shoulder a light punch. "But thank you. I'm excited to start that next chapter." It isn't a lie, but as thrilled as I am to leave, that same part of me that hoped Cash would try and stop me still longs for him. That longing isn't limited to that part either, no matter how happy I am to show this town my brake lights. "Once I get settled in Chicago, you'll have to come visit," I say after giving Jeff a goodbye hug. "Maybe we can get together for Christmas?" I've heard horror stories about Chicago winters, so maybe we can do it at your place, I reply. We say our goodbyes and he gets in his truck and leaves. I stand on the porch of my mother's house, the house I grew up in that would soon be home to another family who won the bidding war. I have one last place to go before I hit the road myself. Ashley hurries over when I step into her bar. She clamps onto me with a vice-like hug. For a moment, I wonder if she will ever let me go. She finally relents a little and pulls back to arm's length, frowning at me. "I know you need to leave, and who can say no to that job in Chicago, but I'm going to miss you," she says. "You know I'm going to miss you too. You are pretty much the only connection I have to this place now," I reply. "Yeah, but not enough of a connection to keep you here." She frowns dramatically, then flashes a smirk. "Maybe if a certain hockey player had asked you to stay, I wouldn't be losing you." "You are not losing me. We can talk on the phone, even over Zoom," I say. "I just told Jeff he has to come visit. Invitation is open for you too. Always." She pulls me into another near-back breaking hug, letting some of those unshed tears fall on my shoulder. When she pulls back, that smirk returns. "I noticed you sidestepped the hockey player line," she says. Damn her bartender, shrink sense. "What do you want me to say? If he had asked me to stick around, I might have?" A sigh escapes my lips. "Maybe. That's all I can say." It isn't like he stuck around anyway. He's already back in Syracuse with his team. Probably forgot about me completely. Oh yeah, he's totally going to forget about you. Ashley rolls her eyes, then shakes her head. Syracuse is a heck of a lot closer to here than Chicago. I bet if he asked, you'd stay here, or maybe move closer to Syracuse. Part of my wishes he had, though I am excited about Chicago. I need something new, I say. Just hope I'm making the right decision. We share one last tear-filled hug before I step outside and head to my car. I've got miles to go before I called it a day, and a whole lot more after, but I am finally leaving this town.
Chapter 22. Cash. I slip past the defender, faking him out with a perfect dribble. With a slap, the puck sails toward the goal only for the goalie to drop to his knees in front of it, blocking my shot. Coach blows his whistle and I skate back toward the center line. "Good job on attack, Cash," Coach barks. "Lucky for you, nobody has a goalie like Marston. 9 times out of 10 you would have scored. Let's line up another play. We want to be ready. No more than ready for the season opener next week." So we go again. And again. And again. The best part about the season starting soon is how busy I've been. There's hardly a moment to think about anything else than skating and stick work. No time for regrets or what-ifs, no matter how much they plague my thoughts when I'm off the ice. When I first got back to Syracuse, those thoughts never left me alone. I couldn't get Naomi out of my mind for a moment. Even found myself stalking her social media, but that only makes me miss her more, especially with how little she shares. In the immediate aftermath, I follow her trip to Chicago in the pics she posts along the way. Every smiling selfie, almost all taken at historical sites, even if they are just plaques beside the highway, leave me longing to be with her. As they got further and further away, moving through Pennsylvania and Ohio with a detour into Michigan before hitting Indiana and finally into Chicago itself, the longing got worse and worse. Thankfully, practice started getting serious as the season neared, and I have little time to stalk her Instagram. Now I only check it as I'm lying in bed failing to fall asleep, though it rarely helps. Last night I found a new picture. Some of the other teachers at her new school treated her to a Cubs game. She sat in the stands among the group, beer in one hand, and a hot dog piled heaping with toppings in the others with a huge smile on her face. It shouldn't hurt seeing her happy like that. I want her to be happy. There is a ring in a little box on top of my dresser I never gave her, so she'd have a chance for the happiness she deserves, but damn, does it hurt. I'm not sad about practice ramping up in intensity as the season nears. I'm too tired to even Instagram stalk most nights. Naomi must be busy too. When I do lurk, I find less and less. Her school must have started. It is that time of year. Her brother is easier to look in on. We even exchange a few messages, nothing major. He tells me the house is sold over asking. Neither he nor Naomi have lived in the house lately, but the thought of another family moving in has me oddly sad. Maybe it just brings up the memories I have from the old days there, or even over the summer when we fixed it up while Naomi dealt with her mother's things. He only mentions Naomi a little. She's happy in Chicago and getting ready for the new school year. I never ask about her unprompted, and when he shares anything, I keep my response short. Maybe I don't want to know just how happy she is or learn of any men she might meet there. Jeff never pushes, thankfully. All my focus on practice pays off in our home opener starting the season. I come within an inch of scoring a hat trick. Still, those 2 goals are enough for our victory. Alexei slaps his meaty paws around me in the locker room, lifting me off the floor like I weigh nothing as the rest of the team cheers. "First round is on me," Alexei bellows right in my ear, to even more cheering from the other guys. "Mr. Game MVP will pick up the next 2. Maybe next time. I'm going to head home," I say once he puts me down. "Home? No. His beard hardly conceals his frown. "You've been moping ever since you came back. We need to celebrate. There'll be ladies. So many beautiful women. Too many for you, so your wingman will have to slide in to handle the overage. That doesn't persuade me. There is only one woman I want to spend time with. When I first returned, I thought I might find distraction in the arms of someone else. But the few times I let Alexei or the others drag me out, I compared every woman I met to Naomi, and found them wanting. Alexei finally relents. Him and the other guys take their celebration to a club close to the arena. I find myself home alone, as always. When sleep eludes me, I'm on Naomi's Instagram feed. She's posted nothing new since the last time, so I flip through some of her older pictures, back to that smiling group photo at Wrigley Field. The season starts in earnest, keeping me busy, though I find myself checking on Naomi's Instagram more on the first road trip of the year as I'm lying in my hotel room bed. She's hardly posted anything new, though, which leaves it all up to my imagination. As much as I hope she is happy and having fun, I wonder if she misses me. The ring box remains at home on my dresser, but I think of it in that hotel room and how things might have been different if I proposed. Jeff messages me as the road trip heads back home. He's got tickets to the next home game. We make plans to meet for a drink after. I try and put on the best show, knowing I have a friend in the crowd, not that I slack off on any other night. It is a tough matchup, but we end up winning 1-0 on a goal by Alexei with my assist. I find Jeff waiting for me outside the arena. "I was hoping to see you score tonight," he says when I approach. "So was I, but they are a tough team," I reply, and we clasp hands. "Good to see you, man." "You too. Where's the best place around here to get a beer?" "Depends on if you are buying. Then I take you somewhere fancy," I reply, hands up at his mock glare. "Fine, I'll buy. He follows me to a nearby bar. We find a quiet table to bring our beers to and sit, talking about nothing much for a few minutes, just small talk. I want to ask about Naomi, but keep that question to myself. When the small talk wanes, one of Jeff's brows rises and he smirks over his half-empty beer. "You going to ask about Naomi?" he asks, head tilting. "Kind of odd that you never seem to ask about her when you message me." "I know she's in Chicago, probably enjoying her new job in the new city," I say. "Isn't that for the best all round?" He frowns and says nothing, sipping his beer. A few silent moments pass before he's looking up at me again, this time with narrowed, questioning eyes. A smirk comes to his face, and I'm regretting agreeing to this drink with him. "So, you don't want to hear about the new man in her life?" "New man?" I cough, my throat suddenly dry. "No, that is about the last thing I want to hear about. I let her go, didn't try and stop her with my proposal, and she's a catch. Of course, she'd find some new guy in her new city, in the new life she is living now, but damn, did it hurt." Jeff burst into a laugh loud enough to draw the eyes around us. He's nearly crying before he recovers enough to smirk at me again. I want to slip into my old hockey enforcer role and smack the smile off that face. "I knew you weren't over her." He holds his hands up, maybe seeing the violence on my face. "There is no other man. I just wanted to see how you'd react." "She might not have said anything to you." I shake my head and take a swig. "True, she might not tell me everything. I mean, there are some things you don't share with your big brother," he says. "Though, the only guy she's talked about to me recently is you. She watched your opener. Almost a hat trick." She watched my game? It shouldn't matter, but that fact has me grinning. Jeff chuckles at my reaction, then holds his hands up again in surrender. "Save that glare for the ice, man," he says, dropping them back to the table. "I think you should have given her that ring." "You were the one who told me not to." "You said it would be unfair to put her on the spot, that I needed to let her decide what was best for her." Jeff looks down and shakes his head. "I don't know, man. I don't know," he says with a wince. "We both want what is best for her, right? If you were in it only for yourself, you would have asked her, even after I told you not to. But the thing is, we're the ones making these decisions for her benefit, or at least what we decided was for her benefit. But we didn't involve her at all, I say, finishing his thought. Exactly. It wasn't my place to demand you let her leave without even popping that question. I can't tell you what her answer will be. But it isn't my place to make those decisions for her, not even as her big brother. But as a big brother, I still need to make that threatening, don't hurt my baby sister speech. You are like a year older than her. Still older. We order another round of beers and fall back into easier conversation. That is all I am capable of while thinking about a trip to Chicago.
Chapter 23. Naomi. Thanks again for the ride home, Bill, I say, and not for the first time since getting into his car. Don't worry about it, he replies. Also not for the first time. When I saw you were having issues with your car, I figured I'd ask. Parent open house night is long enough. I didn't want you to have to take the train home or hire a taxi. It has been a long, long day. A full day of teaching, followed by the school's open house for the parents in the evening. Not that the parents didn't care about their kids schooling back home, but here, so many of them took an incredibly active role. I might have still been back in the classroom, talking to a few who took it a little too far, if the school didn't have a 10 p.m. cutoff for the open house. Then, I get to my car a little while after the last parent finally left, only for it to not start. No issues at all on my 1,000-mile road trip to Chicago or for the last few months, but tonight it dies on me. Thankfully, Bill, one of the other teachers at the school, hadn't left yet and offered me a ride. I've taken the L before, I say. Back home, there was a city bus, but being such a small town and always having a car, I never took it much at all. I wanted to explore the train system here when I got here in the summer. The L? Only been here for a few months, and you have the lingo down. Bill chuckles. Most New Yorkers call it the subway for a long time, but then you're from a small town, not the city itself. Yeah, different worlds. Outside my chats with Ashley, I didn't spend much time thinking back to Bloomfield, exploring the city, starting with about a week in the Field Museum, then getting ready for the school year, took the end of my summer. Since term started, the job has kept me too busy to look back. My thoughts occasionally drift toward cash, though I don't regret my decision to take the job. It has been a wonderful change, about all I hoped for when I made the choice. How are you liking the city, though? Bill asks. I know you enjoyed the Cubs game we took you to before school started, but it has to be an adjustment coming from a small town. It sure is. I never realized how noisy cities are, or maybe how quiet my old town was, I reply. There is like a constant rumble, even at night, from all the traffic, and I don't know what else, but so much more than in a small town. You get used to it? At some point you'll probably filter it out, Bill says. I'm not going to get used to the street cleaner. I chuckle, remembering the first time I heard that damn thing. It rumbles down my street once a week at like 3 a.m. Had my window open the first time. Woke up to the sound of 1,000,000 vacuum cleaners growing louder and louder. Thought it was the end of the world. Then I looked out and saw things moving down the street at a snail's pace. We share a laugh as we continue down the street, nearing my neighborhood. Even approaching 11 at night, there are people out and about, and a few restaurants and shops open this late. That's another change from Bloomfield. Sure, the convenience store out by the freeway stayed open all night, but that was about it. There is just something so vibrant and lively about a big city. Not that I've become a night owl. Tough to do when the first bell rings just before 8 a.m. You can always move out to the suburbs if you want to get away from the noise, or at least most of it, Bill says. My wife convinced me to move us out there a few years ago before we started trying for our first kid. Probably closest to the small town life you're used to around Chicago. And that's why I'm happy in the city. No offense to suburbs. But I wanted that change. I shake my head. Maybe I'll change my mind later, after the street sweeper drives me crazy, But I kind of like the chaos of it, even with the extra noise. I'll give you the better commute at least, he says. After dropping you off, I've got another half hour. At least no traffic this time of night. You really didn't need to give me a ride, I say again. It is no trouble, and as much as you might have ridden the L, it can be a little sketchy at night. I would have worried if I just left you to fend for yourself. He has a point. I'd only taken the train during the day, never this late at night. I'm not even sure if the train that stops close to my apartment building even runs this late at night. A lot of the far-flung routes stop running by this time. Still, I could have gotten a taxi or an Uber. Oh, take the next right. I'm just in the middle of the block, I say, pointing to my street. And thanks again for the ride. I'll call the mechanic tomorrow first thing to get them out to my car. Happy to pick you up tomorrow too, he replies. No, I'll manage. If the mechanic doesn't have loaners, I'll take the train. Should be fine for commuting hours, though it might be crowded, he says, then frowns, looking toward my building. There's someone loitering outside your stoop. A big guy. Want me to walk you up? He is right. There is a man leaning against the wall next to the steps leading to my apartment building's main door. The streetlights leave his face in shadows. It isn't odd to see pedestrians walking down the sidewalk this time of night, but they are always on the move somewhere else. It is odd for someone to be waiting right now. If you like. It is probably nothing, I reply, but watch the shadowed man. Bill double parks across from my building and gets out of the car. I follow suit, but before I'm even around to his side, the man in front of my building steps away from the wall. I freeze when the streetlight hits his face. Cash? What are you doing here? He stops, standing between two cars on the far side of the street. His eyes dart from mine toward Bill, and his face falls into a frown. He takes a deep breath and steps into the street, coming closer. For his part, Bill is confused. He's not much taller than me and built skinny. Cash would tower over him if they stood side by side, and is about double his width. What is he doing here? Cash starts, his voice scratchy before he swallows. I needed to talk to you. His eyes dart back to poor confused Bill, and his frown deepens. He takes a huge breath and scrunches his eyes before letting it out. I need to apologize. It might be too late. He eyes Bill again. But I've gone this far, so I'm going to say it. Apologize for what? I say, moving in front of Bill. Why don't we go inside and talk there? No, I just need to get it out. Cash holds his hand up. Even if it is too late, I need to say it. Then I won't bother you anymore, either of you. Again, his eyes dart to Bill. I finally realize he's made an assumption seeing us together at this time of night. I like Bill well enough as a colleague, a friendly one, but that is it. He's married. Cash doesn't give me a chance to explain that. I love you, Cash says. I want what's best for you, even if that means moving on from me, which is fine. But I couldn't live with myself if I didn't say my piece. It has been eating me up, thinking about it. But I couldn't stand in the way of you moving to the next step in your life, but I needed to say it. And now I'm rambling. I'll let you get back to it. Sorry. With that, he turns around and starts down the sidewalk. I stare after, still trying to process his words. They are what I wanted to hear before I left for this job. What a part of me hoped he would say, but didn't. I still don't know how I'd have reacted if he told me then. Heck, I don't even know how to react now. Did he think we were together? Bill asks, chuckling. I think he did, I reply. And I really need to catch up to him. Thanks again for the ride, Bill. I don't wait for his response and hurry after Cash. He's made it to the end of the block and turns the corner. I break out into a run trying to catch him before he gets in a car. If he took a car. I'm not sure what I'm even going to say if I can catch him, but that won't slow me down.
Chapter 24. Cash. How can I be so stupid? The question blares in my brain as I rush to my car, trying to flee. I had a whole speech prepared, went over it on the flight here, repeated it as I stood outside her apartment building waiting for her to come home. Then I waited longer and longer, thoughts drifting in horrible directions, wondering where she was this late on a school night. All that preparation disappears the moment she steps out of that car with that man. I'm almost surprised I didn't launch myself at the guy for daring to be near her, but I can't mess up her fresh start, even with the hurt and anger welling in me. How could I not expect she'd move on? She's a catch, though she can do better than that shrimpy little guy. I barely said half of what I prepared back there, and maybe a third of it coherently. "Cash, wait!" Naomi yells. I almost fall into a run hearing her voice. I don't want pity, and I've embarrassed myself enough for one night. Even if I have lost her, though, I can't just run away. Look at the problems that caused the first time I left her. I stop moving but don't turn around, saving myself from seeing her, from dealing with everything for a few more moments. Then she steps in front of me and I can't look away. Even with her brows furrowed and her lips in a deep frown, she is as beautiful as always. It hurts to see her, though, knowing I'm too late. "Let's go inside and talk," she says, pointing back toward her street. I don't want to interrupt. I've done that enough. Made enough of a fool out of myself. I shake my head. I should have stayed away. You're only making more of a fool out of yourself, Cash. She snapped in a voice that must get all her students to stop whatever they are doing and pay attention. It works on me the same way. You didn't interrupt anything. Bill is one of the other teachers at my school, a happily married teacher who gave me a ride home after parents' open house when my car wouldn't start. Now I do want to run. Jumping to conclusions sent half my prepared words down the drain and swirled the rest into an incomprehensible mess. She's right. I made a fool out of myself, but she's right here standing in front of me. She ran after me when I tried to flee. As stupid as I feel at this moment, she still wants to talk. That thought keeps me from running. I nod and she motions back toward her apartment. The walk back is just as awkward as I expect. I want to take her hand or say something, but I just match pace with her, making no move and saying nothing. Around the corner, she lets out a little sigh. The man who drove her stands in front of the door to his car, staring down at his phone. He looks up when we get closer, frowning at me. "Everything's fine, Bill. Thanks again for the ride," Naomi calls out before we reach her apartment steps. "Okay," the man replies, then gets into his car. He's gone before we step inside. Naomi giggles as I watch his car leave. She motions up the flight of stairs. I'm quiet, following her up. After a spectacular failure to say what I came to say a moment ago, I try to work up the words again. Following her up the stairs is distracting, though, with my eyes glued to her backside. She unlocks the door and steps aside, following me in. It is smaller than her place in Bloomfield, though that isn't surprising moving from a small town to a city like Chicago. With so many people, space is at a premium. Still, it is just as much her as her last place. It isn't my home, but it feels that way being so Naomi. "Would you like a beer first?" Naomi asks. "I've had a long day, so I'm having one." I nod, if only to delay the talk and work up the courage to say everything I need to without making a hash out of it again. As she steps into the kitchen, my eyes drift around her living room. There's a copy of the hockey news on her coffee table. It is the issue that came out right after my near hat trick in the home opener. I'm on the cover mid-shot during the winning goal. Naomi approaches with 2 beer bottles. She glances down at the table and freezes for a second, then hands one of the beers over. "The hockey news," I say. "I'm a teacher. I read a lot of different things," she replies, then shakes her head. "Maybe I noticed you on the cover when I passed the newsstand. That was quite a performance." "It was a good game, but that's not what I came here to talk about." I sip my beer, working up my courage again. "I didn't get every word outside, but I think I got the gist of what you want to talk about," she says, before I can speak. I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to hear that, though I might have wanted to hear it sooner. There's a but coming. I just know it. Her tone alone puts it in the sentence without the word itself. The man outside might not be her boyfriend, but I'm still too late. I take a longer pull from my beer. Naomi's hand on my arm startles me. I blink and look into her eyes. Here comes that but. I love you too, Cash, she says, and I love my new job in this city. The only thing I want more than what I already have would be to have you with me. Whenever I try something new, or even go for a walk, exploring the city, I wish I was sharing it with you. Before you left, I was going to propose. My fingers brush against the ring box in my pants pocket. But I stopped myself. I knew how much you wanted to leave Bloomfield, and I didn't want you to miss out on something great just because I didn't want to lose you. I thought it would be selfish to propose. Do you think I wanted to lose you? I did that once. You should have given me the choice, she says, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Yeah. It took me way too long to realize that. Just like when I left in the first place, without giving you a choice. I did it again, though we both left this time. I hold up my hands at her glare, then slip one into my pocket. That's why I came here, to give you that choice. The ring box opens in my hand and I drop to one knee. A few of those unshed tears fall from her eyes. She gasps and covers her mouth. Yeah, things will be messy and long distance for a while, but I can request a trade. No guarantee that will be soon, but even if it isn't, we both have summers off. We can make time if we have to and deal with the distance when we can. I'll take all the time I can get, Her hand presses over my lips. I fall silent. We stay like this for a long moment, long enough for my knee to get a little sore. Your babbling is kind of cute, endearing, but aren't you supposed to ask me a question? She says, pulling her hand back with a smirk. Will you marry me? I ask. Of course I will. With those words, I feel damn near weightless. All the worries and cringy babbling of the last hour evaporate away. I leap to my feet and pull her into a hug. It ends with me spinning her around her living room before we fall to the couch. I don't want to let go, but I pull back and hold up the ring box. The grin never leaves my face as she slips it onto her finger. Once there, she admires her hand and gives the ring a nod, then pulls me close for a kiss. I want so much more, but when her lips leave mine, I'm happy to listen. We catch up like no time has passed, though we have a lot to cover. Stories of our time apart give way to plans for tomorrow. I sit back marveling at her excitement, of everything she wants to show me. If only I didn't have to get back to the team before our next game. My timing does suck. When I'm talked out, she's speaking of the future, already planning what we can do this summer when we both have time. If I could, I'd find some way to speed the world up and get to that now. The thought of leaving her again, even if it is temporary, hurts despite the joy of seeing the smile on her face every time she glances down at the ring on her finger. At some point, even she gets talked out. We sit on her couch for a long moment, just gazing at each other. We might be talked out, but the night is far from over.
Chapter 25. Naomi. After a long, peaceful silence, all I can think about is how badly I want him in my bed. Cash seems to read my thoughts. Let's make this official. He scoots closer and gives me a smoldering stare. I want you, Cash states as he wraps me in his arms. My heart flutters against my chest with excitement over our engagement. I can barely contain it as Cash picks me up and presses a long, deep kiss to my lips. My legs wrap around his waist like second nature, and he grasps my bottom in his hands, rocking me against his growing pleasure. Room, he says, pulling away from the kiss, panting. I point down the hall as his mouth comes crashing down on mine again, making me moan against him. This is the moment I've longed for. It's always been Cash. And for a moment there, I thought I would have to just finally accept that my life would go on without him. He carries me to the room, never breaking the kiss. He pushes the door open with his foot and brings us both to the bed. He drops me gently before climbing on top of me. The darkened hunger in his eyes makes my stomach flip with anticipation. "I need you," I pant as he lifts my shirt over my head. "Cash," I whisper, his name lingering on my tongue like a sweet secret. His eyes bore deeply into mine, his gaze smoky and intense. His fingers trace a tantalizingly slow path up my side, making me squirm with delight beneath him. He rests his hand just below the swell of my chest, feeling the rapid beat of my heart against his palm. Well, things are heating up again. You know what to do. Go to vixavonromance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vixavon. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 26. Cash. Come on, we don't have all day, Naomi says, tugging my arm as she climbs the museum steps. We literally do, I reply, but let her drag me with her. You called in a substitute, and my flight leaves around midnight. Yeah, but we are having dinner with some of my friends from the school before then, and this is one of the largest museums in the world. Even a whole day isn't near enough to see everything, she says. I'll be coming back, you know. We can always take another day or a week. Add it to our summer plans. She turns and flashes a grin. On the step above me, she is closer to my height. Her eyes fall to the diamonds glittering in the sun on her finger. You're coming back, she says, slipping an arm around my neck and leaning close for a quick kiss. And we will be coming back here. But there is still so much I want to show you right now. As much as I might have preferred we stood there kissing longer, I keep climbing and follow her through the huge columns and into the museum. This might not be my first choice of places to go in Chicago. I've been here for multiple matches against the Blackhawks and never gone, but Naomi's excitement is contagious. I'd be happy to sit with her and stare at a freshly painted wall if she asked to watch paint dry with her right now. Okay, you have to see Sue first, Naomi says, pulling me deeper into the building's entranceway toward a set of double doors under a tall archway. I thought we were meeting your friends for dinner later, I say, and she only giggles. If Sue could, she'd eat you for dinner, Naomi replies, still in giggles. Beyond the doors, the building opens into a spacious gallery, more than 2 stories tall, and continuing all the way to the other side, with columns running down both ends, but I hardly pay any attention to the room. In front of us stands a massive dinosaur skeleton. A skull as long as I'm tall stares down at me. Meet Sue. She's a Tyrannosaurus Rex, Naomi says, tugging me closer to the fence around the massive skeleton and its displays. Technically, we don't know her sex, so maybe I shouldn't use she, though, with the name Sue. Naomi shrugs, then leans close, our shoulders pressing together. I stare up at the skeleton. The museum might not have been my first choice, but the skeleton alone is worth the trip, as long as I have Naomi by my side. I know they were huge. I mean, I've seen Jurassic Park, but seeing it in real life hits different, I say. Exactly. Naomi squeezes my hand. I had the same thought when I came here after my interview with the school. Then I wished you were here, though I bet the only museum you'd go to is for hockey. Do they have a hockey exhibit? I ask. No, and I looked it up. The Hockey Hall of Fame is in Toronto, she replies. Maybe I can fly you out next time we play the Maple Leafs and we can go, I say. If we're going to any museum in Toronto, it is going to be the Royal Ontario. Now, come on. Sue might be cool, but there is so much more to see. And see we do. Coach might be mad at me for missing a couple days' practice, but I get enough steps in following Naomi through exhibit after exhibit. It is easy to see why she is such a good teacher, with her enthusiasm for learning and sharing that knowledge. It is infectious, too. When she dragged me up those steps, I knew I'd enjoy her company, but figured I'd find the museum boring. Maybe if I were alone, but not with her. She's still excited when we finally leave to meet up with some of her coworkers and friends from the school. I find myself getting nervous and a little anxious. For all the talking we did last night, I'm not a part of her world in this place. Not yet. And I'm only going to be a visitor for the time being until I can get traded or the end of the season. The restaurant we are meeting them at isn't too far, so we walk. It's almost like we never left the museum, the way she points out different things along the way. "Oh, next time we will have to go there," she says, pointing to a small restaurant with a long line out the door. It is one of the best Italian beef places in town. I ate there after my first time at the museum. Italian beef? It is like a French dip with a bunch of veggies on it. You can even order it pre-dipped, though they are messy to eat that way, she says. I can't wait, but I must. I add that to my own list of things I want to do on my next visit, wishing all the while I did not have to leave by midnight tonight. We make it to the tavern where we are meeting her friends in good time. They're already there and wave us back to the table they sat at. It's a lively place this early in the evening, with music pumping through the speakers and sports on several televisions. I don't see any hockey, though. Even if I did, I'd do my best to ignore it, not hard with Naomi right beside me. I only recognize Bill among her work friends from our brief meeting last night. He offers a little wave when Naomi introduces me to the group. I'd be more embarrassed if I thought he was Naomi's new man if last night had gone differently, though if it had, I would not be sitting down with them. As Naomi names off the men and women at the table, the guy next to Bill, Greg is his name, I think, whispers something in his ear. His eyes go wide, and they are both looking at me now. The others soon notice. "You're Cash Morrison?" Bill asks. "The hockey player. Why are we only learning this now?" The last question is aimed at Naomi. She chuckles and leans against my shoulder, hands snaked around my arm. "I mentioned Cash. Just not what he did," she replies before we sit down. Bill and Greg, well, mostly Greg, who is more of a hockey fan, immediately pull me into a conversation on the current season. I try to field their questions while listening to Naomi's similar yet distinct interrogation from her female friends. She nudges me when they ask to see the ring on her finger. It earns a whistle from one of the women, though the other side eyes me. "It is a lovely ring, but aren't you supposed to spend 2 months' salary? You're short-changing our girl." "I got it in Bloomfield, the best they had available. I feel the same about the girl, the best in Bloomfield, and now the best in Chicago," I say, then hold my hand up. No offense intended to anyone else. Thankfully, they laugh at that, and Naomi leans up to kiss me on the cheek. The second she moves away, the guys come back with hockey talk. "Speaking of the best in Chicago," Greg says, "the Blackhawks hardly have an offense this year. They could use a player like you." "Maybe they will get one just like him," Naomi replies. "Are you trying to get traded?" Greg all but yells, then repeats the question in a conspiratorial whisper. "Officially, no comment. But I'd rather close the long distance. I know we both would," I say, earning a nod from Naomi. "No idea on time frame, or if it is even possible, but in any case, my contract is up at the end of the season." The ring and the story of our too often fraught romance won over the ladies at the table. Just the thought of me joining his hometown team had Greg almost more excited. The only person whose opinion I care about is Naomi, and judging by her wide smile and the way she keeps leaning in on me throughout the meal, tells me all I need to know. The moments from last night when I thought she'd moved on with Bill are a distant memory. A pain that, while temporary, still stings, if only as a reminder of what might have happened if I'd left quicker than I tried. A little of that pain returns as the evening comes to a close, and I have to leave for the airport. We say our goodbyes to her friends, and I smile standing next to Greg as he snaps a selfie with me before he promises to not say a word about a potential trade. Then it is just the two of us. "I don't want you to go," Naomi says, her arms tight around me. "Do you think I want to? I can't miss a game, though," I reply. "Your school has a Christmas break. I'll fly you out to one and be with you every moment I'm not on the ice." "And it isn't like we won't be talking, right? We can even Zoom call to see each other," she says. "It will have to be enough, though, for the time being, though neither of us want that to last." With one final hug, I pull away and we say our goodbyes, but I'm thinking about her all the way to the game the next day.
Chapter 27. Naomi. Cash skates down the ice, slapping the puck back and forth with his stick. The home ice crowd roars a cheer as he takes the puck closer to the goal. The goalie stares him down, not that it stopped Cash from his pair of goals during the first period. I know he'd love to score a hat trick in this game. What a way to end his time on the team. It has been a tough couple months only seeing him on a screen or hearing his voice on our nearly daily calls, but not being able to touch him, to snuggle up with him or more. We more than made up for that recently. From the moment I got off the plane for this visit, we've only separated when he had practice or a game, and I haven't missed any of the latter. Cash fakes a pass, and the defender in front of him takes the bait. It is just the goalie in front of him now. I lean forward in my seat, ready to stand. Around me, the wives and girlfriends of his teammates cheer along. He slaps the puck. The goalie drops to his knees, feet splayed. His hugely padded mitt sweeps the corner of the goal, but it isn't enough. The whole crowd erupts into an ear-splitting cheer. I join them, jumping to my feet, clapping and screaming. When the cheers die down and I sit, I glance over to Katerina, Alexi's wife. She's dressed and made up exquisitely as always, even wearing pearls. She nods with a little smile. Most of the other women in the box dress down compared, me among them. They are a little less warm to me now, given it is Cash's last game with the team. Not that they were all that welcoming when I came to my first game. It is an odd clique, the significant and sometimes less than significant others of professional athletes, one I never thought I'd join, but with no chance in hell. I'll leave Cash. It is one I am now a part of. Well, I guess I'm getting traded the same as Cash in a way. I met Katerina before the others. Cash set up a dinner my first night here with Alexei and his wife, a gentle introduction. I should have realized the proud Russian woman would be an outlier among the wives and girlfriends. They greeted me frostily that first game, though it thawed quickly with Katerina's approval of me. I don't know if it was a bit of hazing or just a suspicion of new members to their small circle, but a couple games later, I'd cracked the ice with most of them, barring a couple who seemed to exclude almost everyone else from their subgroup. Those two were more interested in themselves and their influencer careers than anyone else, even the players they dated, it seemed. They took multiple selfies with their backs to the action to post on their socials. When the rest learned about the impending trade, those two joined them in mostly icing me out tonight. Not Katerina, though, and she has stuck by my side all game. The thought of meeting a new group of women once Cash becomes a Blackhawk has me a little nervous, but being able to see Cash play more often, to take him home with me each night, more than makes up for it. We are having a celebration for Cash tonight, yes? Katerina asks as the third period enters its back half. A goodbye party with the whole team and all of us, or maybe without a few. Her eyes dart to the influencer pair, lining up another duck-faced selfie with the ice in the background. Yeah, I wouldn't mind if they skipped the goodbye party. I wouldn't mind if we left early ourselves and headed back to his apartment instead. But I've been patient waiting for so long to be with him. I can wait a couple hours more tonight. We wouldn't miss it, I say. I know Cash is going to miss Alexei. Yes, the team is going to miss him. After tonight, they should demand a third player for him, or another draft pick at least, she replies. A hat trick on his last game with us. That is a good way to go, And to follow you to your new home? Well, you already know how he feels about you. I nod. Oh yes, I know exactly how he feels about me. After everything that has happened, it still amazes me how it has all turned out. I'd say it was like a dream, but if I dreamed it, I would have skipped the few months of long distance we have had to endure. Part of me would want to go back to stop things from falling apart when he first left. But as much as it hurt at the time and continued to pain me like a chronic wound, I'm more than happy with how things have turned out. Even if I could change the past like that, there is no guarantee we would end up together like we are now. We can't have the past, but I'm sure as heck going to make the future count. Back on the ice, the third period enters its last minute. The opposing team sends their goalie off for another attacker in a desperate attempt to force an overtime with 2 scores. With seconds left in the game, Cash steals the puck and sends it flying toward the empty goal on the far side of the ice. The crowd holds its breath as it nears the goal, only to deflate when it misses, but the klaxon blares the end of the game. The cheering drowns it all out. The team clears the bench, surrounding Cash on the ice as the cheers rumble through the arena. Yes, they should have demanded more for that trade, Katerina says. I dare say the crowd won't be cheering him the next time he plays here, and Alexei won't go easy on him. Nothing personal, but winning is everything, yes? I doubt Cash is going to go easy on Alexei either, I reply, especially if the teams meet in the playoffs. The Blackhawks might have a chance with Cash on their team, she says, then one of her perfectly sculpted blonde brows rises. Might? I laugh it off, joining the crowd in Cash's last cheer at this arena. Katerina is not wrong. The fans are going to turn on him for the trade, but he'll have new fans in Chicago. Greg at my school, first and foremost. We hardly talked before he learned who Cash was. Now he's always excited to bring him up. Katerina takes me with her to the bar, hosting Cash's going-away party with the team. I learned that first game just how long it can take the players to get out of their hockey gear after a game. It felt like forever standing outside the locker room door for him to emerge. We didn't join any of the other players that night. It was only my second night of my Christmas break trip here, and we hurried back to his apartment. If he wasn't tired after the game, he was exhausted by the time we fell asleep that night. Finally, the players arrive at the bar, spilling in through the door in a group with Alexei at the back, right behind Cash. His soon-to-be former teammates surround him, applauding, giving his shoulder a quick punch or a loud pat on the back. He makes his way through the group, and his eyes find mine. For a moment, it is like we are the only people there. He hurries over and pulls me into an embrace. We get a few catcalls when we kiss, but once our lips part, he slips to my side, an arm around me. Quite a performance for your last game with the team, I say. Katerina thinks the Blackhawks should have given another player for you. Ha! I bet the GM is thinking the same, and I almost had a 4th goal. He shakes his head and looks around at the other members of the team. I'm going to miss them, but you know what I'm not going to miss? What? Not being able to come home to you every night, he says, leaning in to kiss my cheek. I'd request a trade to the worst team in the league if it got me closer to you. Before I can respond, Alexei and a couple of the other players approach and pull Cash away. I'm okay with it, for the moment. Tonight is their night to celebrate Cash's time on the team. When the night is over, we are going back to his place, and I'll have him all to myself. Tomorrow, we go back to Chicago and start house hunting. As much as I've grown to love my little apartment there, I won't miss it at all, not when I can share a place with Cash. Katrina steps beside me and holds out a shot glass of vodka. I take it, and she clicks her own glass against it before we take our shots. A few feet away, Alexei hands Cash a whole bottle, and they do the same to the cheers of the rest of the team. The celebrations have just begun.
Chapter 28. Cash. I look around my apartment for the last time before I leave to play with the new team. Naomi is cuddled in my arms, her naked body warm against mine. Hey, she says sleepily, her voice low and sultry. It sends a surge of desire through me. I roll her to me, letting my hand slide down her back until it rests on her bare buttocks. I pull her hips toward me as she looks up at me with a lazy smile before bringing her lips to mine and kissing me in a way that makes me want to ravage her. I hold back and explore her mouth with my tongue until she's moaning against me. Sorry to interrupt. I know no one likes missing out on a spicy grand finale, but unfortunately this platform won't allow us to air what's about to happen next. To make up for this, we're offering a 40% discount on the full unabridged version of this audiobook when you go to VixSavonRomance.com and apply code VIXY40 at checkout.
Chapter 29. Naomi. How's the bride doing? I look behind me and catch Ashley's head poking in from the hallway. Get in here. She giggles and shuts the door behind her. Wow, Naomi, you look stunning. Is this what happiness looks like? Because if so, I need a big stack of it to fix my crow's feet. Ashley pulls at her eyes to erase whatever line she thinks she sees. Oh, stop. You're just as gorgeous. Powder blue looks good on you anyway. Brings out that olive skin. She gives me a squeeze and we look at ourselves in the full-length mirror. This day is about you, no matter what Cash thinks. And it should be. You deserve this more than anyone I know. My eyes start to tear up, but I've already done my makeup and can't afford to smudge anything before pictures. Are you still happy with your pic? She asks, her eyes taking in every inch of my dress. I am. I thought I rushed picking one out, even though I did only do it a couple of months ago, but I love it. I spin, somehow even more gleeful than I was seconds ago. Ashley smiles and twirls me gently in the room, allowed by my mermaid-fitting dress. I'm glad you like it. It's gorgeous, but that's not what I was talking about. I turn to her and realize she wants to make sure I'm happy. She's talking about my choice in man, not dress. We haven't seen each other much since I moved, and even less when Cash moved in 6 months ago. I squeeze her hands reassuringly as I see a tear now begin to form in her own eyes. Oh, sweetie, I am. I really am. I know we lost touch, especially with the school year and moving Cash in, but I promise I'll see you more. That's what summers are for, right? She wipes away a shed tear and pulls me in close. Absolutely. I just miss you. And I'm so happy you had it back home. It makes it really easy for me. She laughs as we pull apart finally, both of our faces now streaked lightly with tears. It just made sense to have it here, and in Mom's church, my own way of having her be with me today. Plus, most of my friends are still here. It's cheaper. And Cash's buddies from Syracuse have an easy jaunt, summer break or not. I will say, it's much nicer to have a July wedding here than in Chicago anyway. The humidity, ick. This dress would be glued to me already. You'd pull it off either way. I just like that you've been down here getting ready a lot since June. More best friend time for me. But you promise that you and Cash are good? You're happy and not just thinking this is how it's supposed to go? I know that she's not trying to talk me out of it, but she went through a messy divorce with a guy she knew well. I can understand her questioning things. I really am. Things are good. We stay busy with our jobs, so we have our space, but living together these last 6 months have made it so nice to at least spend evenings together. And I promise I won't hold anything back. If I need you to kick his face, I'll just tell you. That's what I like to hear. We start laughing hysterically, as only friends can, at the idea of her kicking Cash's face, and even harder at the thought of Jeff trying to. A knock interrupts our moment. Ashley hikes her dress up and struts to the door. When she opens it, her annoyed demeanor changes slightly to almost shy. Oh, Jeff, what are you doing up here? Is everything okay with Cash? I ask, already at the door about to bust out. My brother catches me in time and pushes me back into the room. No, it's not that. I just came to let you know that everyone is getting in their places, so we're gonna go down soon. He keeps watching me as I start to relax. You look stunning, Naomi. A spitting image of Mom on her wedding day. My chest tightens, trying to hold back the surge of tears and emotion all over again. Okay, stop, you two. I better go find my arm candy and get in places. Don't make her cry, Jeff. Ashley playfully slaps Jeff, but it doesn't faze him. I watch him as he really looks at Ashley for the first time and almost start laughing. You look beautiful, Ashley. I don't think I've ever seen you so dressed up, she finishes. Well, yeah, but like, way to knock it out of the park. Ashley flirtatiously chortles. You know, Jeff, you're not the only one that grew into their looks. Then she is out the door, leaving my brother stammering and me clenching my gut in laughter. What are you laughing at? He asks me defensively. Just how blatantly you were hitting on my best friend. Was not. I don't care. Honestly, you're better than her ex, but still. It's my day and I'm going to keep reminding you because I don't think you've heard it enough. I tease. I hear music begin in the church and know it's time. Jeff smiles broadly at me and offers his arm. Are you ready to say goodbye to Miss Smith and become Mrs. Morrison? I smile, feeling giddy all over again. The realness setting in for the first time. Since I was 16, let's do this. Jeff gives me a peck and holds my gaze for a moment. In all seriousness, Mom would be so proud of who you've allowed yourself to become. I look up to the ceiling, trying to drain the tears back into my body. Jeff, I love you, but if you make me cry and smear my makeup before the ceremony, I'm going to sick Ashley on you. He chuckles. But thank you. For everything, I whisper as we let our heads lean together like when we were kids. All right, let's do this, I finally say. I'm ready to marry my future. The ceremony was quick and beautiful. Thank God, too, because that church was hot. I just don't understand why people don't invent a church that has windows that open yet. I complain to Ashley as we sip champagne while the guests finish eating. I know. I almost took the Lord's name in vain multiple times just so I'd get kicked out into the fresh air. There she is. Before I turn around, Cash dips me to the side and kisses me. Get a room, Ashley jeers. Soon, he responds with a boyish grin. So, Ash, you see any dating potential here? The hockey league is full of nice guys like me. She lets out a harsh laugh. Please don't compare them to you, or I'll just have to tell all of them no, and then there's no mystery. I am glad you took my advice and not let the one who got away get away. Alexi, Cash's old team member, says as he comes up and grips Cash's shoulder hard. I raise my eyebrow, wanting to hear more about this story. Cash laughs nervously for a moment before answering. Yeah, you made some good points. I just had to listen to myself beneath all the noise. Thanks for being my best man. They do their bro embrace and talk for a moment, while Ashley and I share a quizzical look. When Alexi leaves, I can't help myself. So, you talk about me to your teammates and refer to me as the one who got away. I can't help but smile cockily at him. Well, no. It was a quick chat we had at practice on why I wasn't staying to help and so on. But it worked, didn't it? I mean, look at us now. Yeah, it looks like it took a few people to talk some sense into you, Ashley remarks, giving Cash a look that leaves more questions in my head. I'm going to go snag us another drink and meander. You need anything else? I shake my head as Ashley leaves Cash and I alone. I think this is the first time we have been alone all day. Cash gives me a playful smile and kisses my neck tenderly. I feel goosebumps erupt over my body. The need for my husband burns deep inside me. Reminding myself that we are in public and have to be social for a little bit longer, I pull at another thread. What did Ashley mean by that? You had to be convinced? He chuckles, but doesn't look nervous, making me relax instantly. No, Ashley lectured your brother and I at the bar a while ago about how we needed to help you out because it was the right thing to do. She just made a lot of sense. But Alexi nailed it down when I went back to practice. They both made me realize that there was something more here that I was ignoring. He grabs my hand and kisses it. I can't help but be sarcastic. So glad you had to be beaten over the head about what you wanted. He pulls me in close, and I try to squirm away out of habit. Don't be like that. I know I was stupid, but it would have happened eventually. They just helped me get my priorities straight quicker. I want to be with you, or I wouldn't have married you. I love you, and you know that. I let my insecure side go, which has become easier and easier, and start giggling. I know. I just can't believe that this is really happening. We take a moment and look around at our friends and family visiting under the light-laced trees. The faces are happy and full of love, just like ours. Well, believe it, baby, because it's you and me now, and I'm not gonna let you go ever again. Cash dips me low into a deep kiss, allowing myself to forget about the guests and indulge in my husband's loving embrace.
Chapter 30, Cash. It is humid as hell from all of the rain. But Barbados in July is still amazing, especially when it's sunny enough to spend the day, or at least the morning, looking at Naomi in an olive green string bikini. Thankfully, this morning was sunny and warm before the wet moved in, so I got my view of my wife dusted in sand catching some rays. And damn, it's my new mental screensaver. You wear that bikini better than the mannequin did. I can sense her eye roll, even from behind her large dark sunglasses. Oh, thanks. Glad I wear it better than a plastic model. I know she's kidding, but I want her to know how sexy I unceasingly find her. I lean on my elbow to face her on my towel. She stays on her back looking up into the sun. She finally gives in and turns her head after I continue to stare. I'm serious. I mean, I would prefer you to be naked, but that's what the rainy part of this trip is for. I squeeze her thigh, and her sun-kissed cheeks redden more as she bites her lip. I find myself wanting to give her something else to bite her lip over. Jeff did good. Him putting us up for our honeymoon like this made the decision on what to do with all our wedding money that much easier. You know, you're amazing for doing that, right? Not everyone would use all of their money, especially how much we got to donate to the American Cancer Society. It was the right thing to do. Her face turned serious. I can tell she still misses her mom greatly. And to Naomi, doing what we did was what she needed to do to help with her healing. It was. I see chest tighten for a moment before she asks, "You don't resent that I gave away all of it?" What? No. Honey, giving that money to the foundation is something you've wanted to do, and we finally could. You made a hell of a sizable donation to them. Your mom would be astonished at how giving you still are after everything you've been through. I see one tear sled down from behind her shades. A happy one. Thank you. That means a lot. I wanted to give something to the people who helped us prolong her life as much as possible. It's giving me those extra months. I kiss her tears trail. It was perfect. It made me love you even more. I see her body relax, finding comfort in my assurance. She switches the topic back. This was an amazing wedding present. I just don't think he pictured how we were going to spend the rainy season. She smiles at me, making my manhood harden through my swim trunks. Oh, I think he knew exactly how we would be spending it. Rain or not, it's our honeymoon after all. I put my arm around her body and drag her close against mine. Her dark skin is warm against mine. I can smell her coconut sunscreen mixed with salt from the air. I nip at her ear before kissing her hard. Naomi moans against me, pressing firmer against my body. I push my hips forward so she can feel how turned on I am. Her hand snakes down to my hard-on, and she squeezes it with a little excited gasp before pushing herself away from me. You tease! Get back here! No, There's people around. I grab her sides again, but tickle her instead, making her body arch with giggles. I wanted a nude beach. I still don't think we'd be allowed to have sex in front of everyone. I think there's laws against that. Even here. I pout as she lays back down on her towel, wiggling close to me now. Her dark hair lays sprawled out, displaying its extra bounce from all the humidity. I start to stroke her ringlets as we lay there and listen to the waves. "One more week of this," she whispers. "One more week and we have to go back to reality." "This is our reality," I croon, kissing her forehead. "Not like this, though. We have to go back to work." I start running my finger down her abdomen, watching her sweat trickle down as it races my impression. Work is work. We have our nights together for the rest of our lives. And hell, we can do a summer like this every year, if we want to. Her head turns to look up at me. "Really? Why not? I make good money playing hockey. We save more by living together. We already paid for a wedding. I think we definitely can make this something we do every summer. To end it, or kick it off, or for our anniversary." I lean over and kiss her smiling lips. It's hard to pull away, but I do so, knowing that we will be locked away in the room soon enough. She already told me no once. "Do you always want to come here?" she asks. "Do you?" "I wouldn't mind. You don't look half bad in a swimsuit either," she chuckles. "But I wouldn't mind exploring other places with you if we find deals. Besides your games, I haven't traveled a whole lot." "Well," I say, brushing a sweaty curl from her cheek, "let's change that." "Really? Where would you want to go?" I love seeing her so surprised at how much I love her. She's always done everything for everyone. It makes me proud to give all that I can to her. "Well, it's guaranteed that I've been to more places than you. So how about we start with if there was anywhere you ever wanted to visit with your mom?" Her eyes widen, and I can tell she instantly knows the answer. "Greece? We could do Greece. I've never been there, but I know 2 weeks there with you is perfect. Or anywhere, for that fact." Her mouth is open as she stares at me. "What? I told you we can go wherever you want." "Yeah, but Greece? Then maybe Switzerland? I know a place that gives great deals on traveling in Europe, especially because everything is so close together." I start laughing. "Slow down. I think we can do and go wherever. Let's make a list of the top 5 or 10 places we want to go, and mark one off each year. Does that sound like an okay plan?" "Are you kidding me?" Naomi pushes herself up on her elbow now, eye to eye with me. She shoves her glass back onto her hair and greets me with her big brown eyes that catch the sun perfectly. "That sounds amazing. You know that's 10 years of vacation?" I shrug. "Perfect. Then we can visit more after." She smiles coyly at me. "What about when we're not just a duo anymore?" "Then we take them with us. I already promised you, so any kids will just have to suffer through the vacations." "Are you sure? Kids change everything." "I know that. It's just, well, we have never talked about kids, which, now that I think about it, we probably should have." I see her beginning to look nervous again. I catch her smooth law in my hand and hold her gaze. "I want kids. I want anything you want, Naomi. I already have been proven that as long as we are together, I can handle everything with you by my side. I love you, and I love the thought of having little mini-yous." "Are you serious?" "Of course I am. You don't have to keep asking me that. With you, I'm always serious." Now it's Naomi that leans in. Her lips taste like salt and strawberry as she presses harder into me. I shove my tongue into her mouth, wanting to taste more of her. I feel her hands run down my ribs. One of them linger over my groin, stroking my manhood through my shorts. I can't help but let out a groan as I begin to stiffen instantly. "You better stop teasing me. You'll start something I'll be forced to finish," I growl into her ear as I take a soft nibble. She presses her chest into me. I can feel her through her thin swimsuit. She moans into my ear and slowly grinds against me. "Who says I'm teasing?" I pull away quickly. I need to check if she's serious because I am all game and raring to go. She smirks, looks up at the bright sunny sky and says, "Looks like rain." "What?" Her eyes flash a sexy insinuation. Might as well go lock ourselves away for the day. "Are you serious?" I now find myself asking. She stands up, dusts the sand off of her, and grabs her towel before answering. "Oh, Cash, aren't I always serious with you?" That's all I need to hear. I help her quickly gather things up, sand and all. 50 feet later, we're in our room. Naomi saunters in as I quickly drop the stuff by the door. I shake out the sand from my feet, draw the drapes, and turn to find Naomi already naked and waiting on our king-sized bed. Goddamn, I'm one lucky man.